everyone. The time is currently 9:06 a.m. and it's Tuesday, June 11th, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First up, we do have our invocation by Father Richard Katnack from Holy Cross Church. Good morning.
And let us pray. Loving God, we thank you for these public servants involved in governing our county. Help them to see that they are your servants first and foremost. And may you empower us as citizens to give them the respect due their office, whether or not we agree with their political positions. Give our leaders grace to know the truth so that they may do what is just in your sight. May they walk humbly before you in all integrity. May they defend the oppressed, protect the virtuous, and discipline wrongdoers. Give them the wisdom to enact laws and regulations that promote justice, equality, and prosperity. And we ask this of you, Almighty God, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. If you will all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brandy, if we can please get a roll call.
Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo.
Present.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Here, we do have quorum. Okay, the commission convenes as the County Canvassing Board in open session pursuant to the New Mexico Election Code, NMSA 1978, Section 1 through 113.1. We do have one item on this, which is the Board of County Commissioners acting as the County Canvassing Board will consider and approve the canvass of the election results of the June 4th, 2024 primary election, and we will be certifying the election results today. And we do have our Chief Deputy Clerk. Welcome.
Hello, Chair, and hello, Commissioners. County Manager, how are you all? I hope y'all are good. Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. I pushed the button, did it work? Yeah. There we go, okay. So we had 14,770 votes that were cast, about 2,300 that were mail ballots, about 5,500 that were early in-person voters, along with about 6,800 that were election day voters. Same-day registration is a really great tool. It allows for changing your physical address, also for changing your party affiliation. Of course, during a primary election, you can only change your party using same-day registration from a minor to a major party. And then also, this really is fantastic because it decreases the number of provisional ballots that we were seeing. And so that's really important. A lot of voters utilize this tool. Again, it's same-day registration, so you're able to make changes the same day and vote that same day. During early voting, we had 218 voters utilize it, and on election day, we had 360 voters utilize same-day registration. Okay, new this election, you'll see in the top left corner is our verified fact check logo that you'll see on any information that the county clerk's office is giving out. And that is so that voters and the public know that the information they're getting is verified and is fact checked. We also had the implementation of the voluntary permanent absentee list. So voters may apply to be added to this list, and they will automatically receive an absentee for every election. Added to this list was about almost 1,500 were added to this list. In that center section, you're going to see what our amazing communications coordinator has started doing, and that is every Monday we have a matter of fact Monday, and we put out information that has kind of fun questions like, is this fact or fiction, fact or false? And so it's a really fun way for voters and for the public to kind of learn about elections in a really fun way on our social media sites. Also, we had some changes to some of our voting convenience centers. Summerlin Park DACC was used in place of Desert View Elementary on Election Day. Also, Gadsden High School was used in place of Gadsden Middle School, and Anthony Municipal Court was used in place of Anthony Library. So some of the challenges we saw. Some of the voting locations were under construction, like Gadsden High School, Rincon Fire Station. They were making some improvements. Also, we did have some of our signage removed from some of our more rural locations. We had several A-frames that were removed from that location. Also, we did have several instances of electioneering within the 100-foot boundary. Of course, according to statute, there's no electioneering within 100 feet of a polling location, and that could be wearing obvious campaign clothing. So obvious campaign clothing is anything with a candidate's name on. So it could be a hat, it could be shoes, it could be a shirt, it could be pins, it could be stickers, things like that. We also had an instance of aggressive intimidation behavior towards one of our election officials. So what are some of the next steps? Today you all will be certifying, and then it will go to state canvass, and they will be meeting, of course, at the state capitol on the third Tuesday after each statewide election. Automatic recounts, we do not expect a recount. And then also there will be a voting system check that will begin at the beginning of July. Do you all have any questions for me?
Any questions for the Chief Deputy Clerk? Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Zamora, I just wanted to thank you and your staff. I had my parents go vote at Lynn Elementary, and it was such a pleasant and fast experience for them. And it was, 94 and 89. So thank you to the clerk staff. It was much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad they were able to go out and vote. And that leads me to my last slide. Thank you. Election officials are the superheroes of democracy. We had over 300 election officials. Karen Hernandez does a great job at organizing our election officials. Hi, Karen.
Yay, Karen.
And of those election officials, about 40 of them were between the ages of 16 and 18. We love seeing young people getting out there and participating, seeing democracy firsthand. It's more likely that they're going to come back and serve as election officials. It's also more likely that they're going to become lifelong voters. So we love seeing that. We want to send a shout out to all of our team here at the clerk's office. They did an amazing job, our Bureau of Elections, along with our recording and filing team. They also help us the day of. It is the full team effort on Election Day. A special thank you to Janice Hiron, our supervisor of Bureau of Elections. Also to Roman Pacheco, who runs our warehouse. He runs an amazing warehouse. And a special thanks to Angelica Valenzuela, who runs our recording and filing and really helps hold down the fort. And so we really appreciate all of our team, all of our election officials. Also, shout out to OEM, who gave us water for all the sites. That was really great. It was a hot day that day, and so we did have water at all the locations. And also thank you to the facilities team who helped deliver things for us. We really appreciate you all. So I think if you all have no questions for me, you have all the information in the packets, and I'm good.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, of course.
I just wanted to also echo the sentiments of Commissioner Chaparro. I think the whole process of the elections, how smoothly it's run, is just a testament to the office, to all of the workers at the office, and the officials that have signed up to help with the election.
Yes.
One of the things that I think, and maybe I'm not, but I always think one of the things that's really overlooked is the voting convenience centers. And I know we try to say it, I know the clerk's office says it so often, but there, with all of the locations you have across Doña County, it makes it easy for anyone to participate. Just because you live in Garfield doesn't mean if you happen to be close to a location in Sunland Park, you can go in and get your ballot. And it just makes it so inclusive to be able to participate in that way. And so kudos to everyone, to the office and to everyone else that helped with this election.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Sanchez. And a big shout out to our clerk, Dr. Amanda Lopez-Askin. We have 42 convenience locations, along with 9 drop boxes, more than any other county in the state. And we really do, we want it to be convenient and equitable for all voters. And also, I want to give another shout out. As you said, the process was really great. On election night, most of us were home by 11 that night, which is unheard of, but that's because our team is so great at what they do. They're very efficient and they do a really great job. So a shout out to the absentee board, to all the election officials, and of course our team.
They said all the thank yous, but I just wanted to say thank you again to your staff. That is something that Doña does really, really well is elections, and we're grateful for you. And Dr. Amanda Lopez-Askin and your staff for the amazing thing. And I'm sure our county clerk is ready to get back to work. Hence why we're here today and not Friday. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
So at this time, if there's any further comment, any public comment? Seeing none, at this time we'd entertain a motion for.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
so we have a motion and a second, a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez for acceptance of to certify the election results. Any comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
I abstain.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries, and we have certified the election for the primary results. Welcome back to work, Dr. Askin. Okay, the Doña County Board of County Commissioners adjourns as the canvassing board, and now we are going to convene as the county commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. First up is going to be any changes to the agenda. Interim County Manager Lopez.
Mr. Chair, we don't have any formal changes to the agenda, though just for everyone's information, the consultant working on the county manager search has asked to go into the closed session prior to 12 noon if possible due to scheduling conflicts on their end. So I have high hopes that we will already be there on the agenda and that this morning will go smoothly, but just wanted to bring that to the chair's attention.
Wonderful, thank you, sir. We will do our best. Okay, moving on, we do have the consent agenda, which is 3 items. The board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that we pull agenda item number 2 for separate consideration. I would like it to, if at all possible, to put it either before or after agenda item number 10, which would be the update for Memorial Medical Center. I feel it's tied to similar topic.
Okay, so we're being asked to remove item number 2, which is the contract for outpatient oncology and chemotherapy services, to put it after item 10, which is the Memorial Medical Center update. Is there any other changes, comments, or questions? Seeing none, I will second that motion. Any other follow-up?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't believe that requires a motion. Am I correct? County Manager?
That would not require a motion. Then the consent agenda would just be to approve items to.
So we're just going to approve item 3 and 4 on the consent agenda? Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, may I move to approve agenda items 3 and 4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Consent agenda items 3 and 4 have been approved. And we will
Item
hear number 2 after
Excuse-
number 10. Go ahead.
I apologize. Item number 3 has a resolution number. That number is 2024-77.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy. Next up, we do have our pet showcase with Interim County Manager Stephen Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. This week, we have a cat of the week named Venus, a 3-year domestic short-hair female who says, "I am a petite kitty who came in with some kittens of my own. They have since been adopted, so I'm looking for my forever family that will shower me with love and pamper me like the princess I want to be. I love pets, and I'll sometimes even be a little playful with you. I'm a great companion for anyone who wants a sweet and special kitty." And our dog of the week is Porsche, a 1-year medium mixed female who says, "I grew up here at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley with my sister Havana. I'm dreaming every day about what it's like to belong to a loving forever family. I promise I will always enjoy playtime and cuddles with my humans, and I look forward to learning lots of new things about being a family dog. Will you make my dream come true?" So those are our pets of the week, Venus and Porsche. And as a reminder, throughout June, there are off-site adoptions, and all adoptions are free. This Saturday, it's going to be at the Canna Company from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. off of North Rise. And those are the pets of the week.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Next up, we do have employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And this is going to be by our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez. Get those steps in.
Lieutenant Powell. Where is Lieutenant Powell? Up, come on up. You sat in the back row on the day you were getting recognized. Good job. Come on up here to be embarrassed with everybody watching. We've got a good turnout. This must be for you today. So we're recognizing Lieutenant Lewis Powell for 15 years of service. He joined the Doña County Detention Center in June of 2009 as a cadet, and throughout his career, he has worked in the booking section of the adult facility, healthcare, and other areas. In 2014, he took on a temporary assignment as a sergeant until the position was filled, which he did 2 months later. In May of 2023, he was promoted to lieutenant. In this role, he works as an operations lieutenant overseeing the east side of the facility during his shift. He is also an instructor in TASER and basic life support, which includes CPR. He is a field training officer and a member of the Security Threat Intelligence Unit. And his supervisor, Captain Patrick Howie, says he's hardworking, dedicated, and driven supervisor and mentor, and is enthusiastic and eager to share his expertise and help others succeed. His commitment to excellence is evident in his constant efforts to improve safety and security procedures and ensure compliance with the New Mexico County's accreditation requirements. Despite being a relatively new member of the command staff, Lieutenant Powell brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to his role. He is also known for spot-on impressions of Tommy Lasorda. Okay. His diverse interests and positive attitude make him an asset to the detention center team and an inspiration to all who work with him. Captain Ben Mendoza said, "At our facility, we're more than just colleagues, we're a family. I take great pride in seeing our staff recognized for their long-term commitment to the detention center. Every role here is challenging, and it's truly rewarding to witness their career growth and progression." On his time off, Lieutenant Powell devotes as much time as possible to his daughter, whom he calls his anchor. He spends quality time with his family and enjoys cooking so much that he is slowly but steadily developing a recipe book. His personal downtime is mostly invested in movies or online gaming. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating Lieutenant Powell on his 15th anniversary and thanking him for his commitment and service to the residents of Doña County. Thank you very much. Do we have Director Baker? Nope. Is Director Baker here? No, okay. So come on over here. Tell us where you want.
Perfect, right there.
Wonderful, thank you, and congratulations again. Moving on, we do have a couple proclamations and recognitions. And before we get started, it was asked that we kind of change this up a little bit. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask for the proclamation to be read before we make the comments. So we're going to go ahead and try that out. But first off, we do have number 5, which is to recognize the Centennial High School girls softball team for its 5A state champion. And we do have Commissioner Manny Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval to recognize the Centennial High School girls softball team for its 5A state championship.
I will second that.
Thank you. All right. And I'll, generally the process we follow when we do a proclamation is that we give an introduction and then we read the proclamation. I just wanted to try to see if we can change this up because I feel like the proclamation, I think, is a good introduction, but doesn't quite tell the whole story. So, Mr. Lopez, if you wouldn't mind reading the proclamation.
Absolutely. Whereas the Centennial High School girls softball team has demonstrated outstanding athleticism, dedication, and teamwork throughout the season, representing the city of Las Cruces and Doña County well. And whereas Centennial girls finished the season with a 31-3 record, including winning the Southern New Mexico Invitational, competing and triumphing over 15 other high school teams. Following the regular season, the team competed in the New Mexico High School playoffs, finishing with a 7-1 record that culminated in a state championship title on Saturday, May 18th. And whereas in dramatic fashion, the Hawks threw a no-hitter in the first championship game to force a second game, each team member, including players, coaches, and supporting staff, showed relentless pursuit and sportsmanship to defeat previous #1 seed Alamogordo in back-to-back games to win the title. And whereas we recognize head coach Fernie Valles and assistant coach Vanessa Valles for leading this talented Hawks team to Centennial's second championship in program history, and whereas the support of families, friends, and fans has been key to the team's success, reflecting the spirit of excellence that defines our community, the Centennial girls softball team's victory is now etched in Las Cruces Public Schools history, motivating and inspiring future generations of athletes to strive for this level of history. And Caprice Barella, Jaden Hooten, Zantel Rodriguez, Alaya Betancourt, Stevie Jimenez, Amanda Valles, Monet Chavez, Addie Mocha, Amaris Villegas, Elena Estrada, Destiny Perez, Kayla Hernandez, and Sienna Rodriguez. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize the Centennial High School girls softball team for its successful season and 5A championship title, proudly proclaimed this 11th day of June, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Now, one of the things, like I said, we highlighted these ladies from the Centennial softball team, 31-3 this year. And it doesn't tell the story over the past couple of years that this team, and Coach Valles, you've done an amazing job with this team. The last couple of years, they've been so close to winning the championship. And this year, they did accomplish that goal. But it wasn't a smooth road all the way throughout. During the tournament, they ended up losing against La Cueva and ended up having to compete in the consolation bracket. And not only did they go and compete in that consolation bracket, they won every game to get back to the championship game. That included 4 games on Friday in order to get to that championship game. And they had to beat La Cueva, the team that took them down earlier in the tournament. The type of grit that the team showed all through the season, and especially in a time of adversity, I think is one of those that just is an inspiration to all of us in Las Cruces and Doña County. So I want to applaud the entire team for that. Now, the team being recognized here for the winning season and winning the championship is great. But on top of that, the success of the team and the individual play has led to some of these players having the opportunity to play in college. So far, Zantal Rodriguez has committed to New Mexico State. Caprice Barella is going to UNM. Kayla Hernandez is going to Odessa College, and Jaden Hooten to Western New Mexico so far. But again, to the ladies, Coach Valles, please stand up if you won't mind. Let us recognize you for winning your state championship and all the work you put in this year. And I'd like to welcome you all. And I'd like to welcome you all up. If you all would like to say a few words, if you all would like to come up here to the podium, please.
I'm one of the coaches. I'm Xavier Avalos. I've been with these girls now for 4 years. And like they said in that talking, yeah, we came the hard way. The more we played, the stronger our girls got. We could have played 5 more games that day. 5 more games, they were tough. You know, they would complain when we used to run them in practice, but we're getting them ready for this, and we got it. So a lot of hard work from these girls. I mean, yeah, 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, we're practicing. I think we're the only team in the state of New Mexico would do that because we lost a game. So we put that hard, tough love for them. So.
Thank you, Coach. I don't know, any players, would you like to say a few words, or I'll invite you. The microphone is yours.
I just want to say thank you for recognizing us. It's huge that our community is doing this for us, so thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, ladies. Oh, hold on. We need a vote, and then we'll take a picture with the proclamations. I apologize.
Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations.
Everybody scoot down just a little bit.
Or you can give it to one of the girls.
Yeah, if I could have you right in the center. You to switch. There you go. Ready, girls? 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Ready, everybody? 3 or 4 of you come to the front.
Okay, next up, we do have the number 6, which is to proclaim June as Pride Month in Doña County. I would move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. And Mr. Lopez, if you'll read the proclamation for us, please.
Let me get them in the correct order here. Whereas the month of June is annually recognized as Pride Month, a time to celebrate the LGBTQ plus community's progress toward equality, inclusion, and the fight against discrimination. And whereas, while Pride is about self-affirmation and increased visibility, it also represents solidarity, dignity, and the freedom to live openly and unapologetically, without fear of one's sexuality being discovered. And whereas there are more people in our community who identify with being LGBTQ+, but for various reasons are not willing to declare, leading to insufficient population data, the efforts to overcome this underrepresentation appear to be working. According to the Gallup poll in the United States, 7.1% of the population identifies as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or something other than heterosexual, up from 5.6% in 2020 and double since 2012 when Gallup first measured. And whereas the state of New Mexico is also working to get a more accurate population count with measures like requiring state departments to collect voluntary and anonymous information from the public about their sexual orientation and gender identity in order to assess public health disparities and service gaps among the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas we encourage residents to support those family members, friends, and neighbors who identify as LGBTQ+ by committing to stand against prejudice and discrimination in all forms that may hinder our mission of being a community where everyone can thrive. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of June as Pride Month, proudly proclaimed this 28th day of May, 2024, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, so today we celebrate Pride Month. It's a time dedicated to reflecting on the LGBTQ plus community, recognizing their contributions, and reaffirming our commitment to equality and justice. Pride Month, observed each June, and in Las Cruces, it's usually observed in October, because in our community, it is blistering hot in June, and it's not fun to party and celebrate in the summer heat. So what Pride Month really observes, it commemorates the Stonewall riots of 1969, a pivotal movement in the LGBTQ plus movement. These riots marked the beginning of a new era of activism and visibility, many of which we carry with us in southern New Mexico each and every day. Since that transformational summer in New York City, countless individuals and organizations have worked tirelessly to advance the rights of LGBTQ plus people, fostering a more inclusive society. We acknowledge and encourage the resilience of those people who fought for the freedoms we now enjoy. And we reaffirm our dedication to ensuring that every member of our community is treated with dignity and respect. As we proceed with our proclamation, let us remember that Pride is not just a celebration, but a call to action. It is a reminder of the progress we've made and the work that still lies ahead. May we stand united among allies in our community with commitment to equality, justice, and love for all in mind. Organizations like Southern New Mexico Pride, PFLAG, FYI Plus, and many more continue to serve as support and advocates for the LGBT community here. Joining us today, we have many people from our community. And I want to invite you all up to say a couple words if you'd like to. Come on up, guys. If anyone wants to take the mic, please do. No? Marianne, come on.
All right. Come on, Zed.
Jesus, you too. You have stuff to say.
Well, I'm Micah Pearson. As y'all know, you might know, I'm on the PFLAG board. After showing up 2 weeks early for this event, I managed to squeak in the door, and I'm very excited. Thank you very much for this proclamation. We're very excited to celebrate Pride. We have a number of Pride events happening. This means a lot to us. I'm on the board to do the work of the intersectionality of LGBTQ plus communities and mental health. As you know, due to the stigma of against, I'm usually better at this, but as a person who just realized their own identity only 2.5 years ago, this means even more to me than the work I've been doing with mental health. But it means a lot to see FYI here, because 1 in 3 LGBTQ youth will experience anxiety and depression in their life because of all the bias, and that's more than double heterosexual communities. So I'm gonna stop talking and let Zeb talk. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Zed Serna. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm part of FYI Plus, La Vida Project's Youth and Success Center. I'm also on the board of PFLAG. I'm the secretary of PFLAG Las Cruces. So being part of the Pride Month is a huge, huge honor. I am a transgender man, so rights and just being there for my community and being there for our youth is huge. I will never go a day thinking about myself as much anymore. It is all about the community and the youth, and bringing resources, bringing everything that I can so that our kids here in our county and anybody else will not have to suffer the way I've had to suffer. Bullying and stuff like that, being in schools, making sure that we are there for our youth. Our youth are our future. So that's literally what I'm here to do. And I just think Pride Month is a huge step in the right direction in June and in October. So thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jesus Altamirano. I am the prevention educator for Alianza of New Mexico. Thank you for having us here today. I'm really proud to be here today. I'm here to celebrate Pride Month, June and in October. I'm also here to provide services to our community with no shame, no stigma, no scare. HIV testing is 100% for free at Alianza of New Mexico Department of Health. Please come and know your status, come and get tested, all confidential, nothing will be disclosed, don't be scared. Thank you for having us here today.
Wonderful, thank you. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to say thank you for bringing this proclamation forward. I know this is something we try to do annually, but I think it's important that we continue to recognize it, let people in the community know that you are accepted. This is one of those things that I think it's important as we continue to work and show that this is part of a diversity that makes our community so vibrant and a wonderful place to live. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any other? Seeing none. Brandy, if you'll roll call us.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations. Okay, next up we have item number 7, which is to proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth in Doña County. We do have Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth in Doña County, please.
I will, go ahead. We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez.
And
Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, would you please read the proclamation?
Most certainly. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, is an important historical and cultural observance commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation January 1st, 1863, however, the enslaved population in Texas and New Mexico did not learn of their freedom until Union troops led by General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865 to enforce it. And whereas Juneteenth represents a pivotal moment in our nation's history, symbolizing the end of the enslavement and owning of human beings as property and the beginning of an ongoing struggle towards racial justice and equality. And whereas Juneteenth also provides an opportunity to reflect on the challenges, achievements, and contributions of African Americans throughout history, recognizing their resilience, creativity, and enduring spirit in the face of adversity and oppression. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations and activities aim to foster unity, promote cultural understanding, and encourage dialogue about the history and remnants of slavery in America. And whereas the Commission does encourage residents to observe this day and participate in the local events sponsored by New Mexico State University, the NAACP, and other organizations who join together to celebrate the progress we have made as a nation while recognizing the work that still lies ahead. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 19th day of June as Juneteenth, proudly proclaimed this 11th day of June, 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And we do not have Dr. Green here to receive the proclamation, so I'd like to take the proclamation with me to the Juneteenth banquet. And by the way, Mr. Lopez, you stole all my talking points. Thank you for that. So I just have a few things to say. This is a historical holiday we celebrate and proudly recognize as Juneteenth. So it gives us all a platform to commemorate the freedom of enslaved African Americans. We encourage all of you, all of the residents, to join us in the celebration of Juneteenth, a pivotal day in our shared history. Hosted primarily by the NAACP, celebrations of Juneteenth in Doña County aim to foster unity, promote cultural understanding, and encourage dialogue among people and organizations alike. I'd like to encourage everyone to reflect on this day and join the discussions and celebrations from June 14th through June 23rd. It all commences at 4 p.m. Friday, June 14th, with an emancipation celebration at Corbett Center outdoor stage. This program includes a gospel showcase, a banquet with Mitch Boyer as the keynote speaker, an exhibit, and a jazz cultural series hosted by Derek Lee. So that's all I have to say. Thank you all, and thank you, NAACP.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Do we want to take a picture still, Susie, or what do you want to do?
Well, probably taking a picture with the NAACP at the banquet might be a good idea.
Oh, let's do that then. Perfect. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, moving on, which is item number 8, which is to proclaim July 5th as Employee Appreciation Day. And we have 2 commissioners that are going to do this, and we have Commissioner Tapato and Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to proclaim July 5th Employee Appreciation Day.
I'll second the motion.
We have, it was made by Commissioner Tapato and seconded by Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. And Mr. Lopez, might we have the proclamation read?
Whereas the employees of Doña County are the driving force behind the quality services we provide to residents. They contribute tirelessly, often without any fanfare, through their dedication and hard work to whatever tasks laid before them. And whereas in the past year, our employees have been engaged in the exploration, training, and implementation of new processes and systems that will enhance the county's service delivery and transparency to the community. And whereas the ongoing execution of our strategic plan aimed at fostering growth, improving services, and increasing resident engagement is an indicator of the desired collaboration that is wanted and needed, as well as the forward-thinking mindset needed to carry us into the future. And whereas we, the Board of Commissioners, want our employees to know that we recognize their efforts, whether big or small, to help us live up to being a county you can count on. Without the consistent work, innovative ideas, and commitment to our success, none of what we have introduced could have been done. And whereas we are not only highlighting the commitment to excellence of our employees, but designating July 5th as a special day off to honor and appreciate the invaluable contributions they make to Doña County. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 5th day of July 2024 as Employee Appreciation Day. Proudly proclaim this 11th day of June 2024, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that Commissioner Sanchez and I are proud to present for our employees. Most often, we issue proclamations for important causes in our community. But today, we are proud to say that we are recognizing the outstanding contributions of our county employees.
We believe we can all attest to the fact that while we may have jobs that pay us a wage for our work, being recognized and appreciated is also important for maintaining high morale and motivation.
We would like our employees to know that how deeply valued you are. And that goes just beyond saying words. So we're acting upon this. After all, when you feel valued and you're more engaged and more productive, and that benefits the quality of service that we provide to our residents here in Doña County.
Today, we're moving beyond just saying you're valued. We're issuing a proclamation to recognize the work that you do, which includes learning new things, patiently teaching others, putting in long hours to become proficient, and working in the departments with 24/7 responsibilities. For all you do as a county commission, we say thank you, and you are appreciated.
So to show you how much we appreciate you, we are today issuing this proclamation. And we are designating Friday, July 5th as Employee Appreciation Day and giving you a day off.
In line with our branding campaign, tomorrow and Thursday, the Public Information Office will be distributing new county-branded items we hope you'll be happy to have and show off. On July 3rd, we're asking every department to show solidarity by wearing their new Doña County gear with pride.
So we have members of the Employee Appreciation Committee leadership team who are here to receive the proclamation. So if you'll come forward with many thanks from this commission and the administration. Is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone would like to speak?
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Renee Padilla. I'm the Employee Activity Committee President. I'd like to also recognize Ernest Harvin. He's our treasurer. We also have Chris Valenzuela, who is our vice president. He could not be here today. We had a few members of our committee who have prior commitments, trainings, and different things, but I want to recognize them and thank them for all their help on the committee. And also, what we do is we do morale boosting activities for our committee, or excuse me, not for our committee, for our employees. Throughout the year, we do recognize them in March, which is National Employee Appreciation Month. But we also appreciate this proclamation and also for giving us a day off. But I just want to say I agree with, thank you for all the kind words. I agree with everything. I think our employees, in my opinion, are awesome. They're hardworking, and they definitely radiate awesomeness. And it's a joy to do all these activities for our employees. And we'll continue to do that because we love our employees, and we're excited for them to have a little fun at work and enjoy their time here. So thank you very much.
Anyone else that would like to take the microphone? Nope. Well, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may add, I think that this staff is the most awesome. I have been on the phone with several staff members well after 5 or on the weekends, and it's something the public is not aware of, that if there's a problem in the county with a community center, or with a road, or with a light, or law enforcement, or code enforcement, animal services, this staff is here to serve. I've never heard them say no. They show up when they're asked, and they do so gladly. So to all the employees of Doña County, this commission appreciates you so much. We value you so much, and we hope you stay with us forever. And enjoy your day off.
And we want Brandy to.
Oh, yeah. Brandy, if you can roll calls for us.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations.
And I know as we're getting ready and set up, I just am excited for the new shirts and showing off the new logos. I know a lot of people in the public, I think, have seen the new logos going on a lot of our trucks as we're slowly getting them in with maintenance. So, but thank you to everybody, and looking forward to getting this out.
This is about you all. So, and these are the new shirts.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and congratulations. We're excited for that. Next up is going to be public input. If you have any public input that you would like to address the commission, please do come up and sign the book to your left. If it is regarding a voting matter on the agenda that has not come up, if you'll please wait until that time to do public input. But if it's just generalized comments, please do come up and sign the book on your left.
Good morning, Commission.
Good morning.
And I am Dr. Earl Nissen, and I live in Commission District 1. I am sure that all of you are familiar with the NBC story on Memorial Hospital turning away cancer patients. You have heard about this many times from Yolanda Diaz, Director of Care, the nonprofit that assists cancer patients with finding care and helping them with financial assistance. The article prompted the Las Cruces City Council to invite Mr. Harris, the CEO of Memorial, to yesterday's council work session. Harris said he would only attend if there was not public participation. He arrived with 4 staff members and they gave a PR presentation on the hospital. After the presentation, counselors asked questions mainly as a review of statistics and services given at the hospital. When mention was made of patients not being able to pay for care needed, Harris made mention of the NBC article by stating that these things never happened. With that single statement, he implied that all those interviewed by NBC hadn't told the truth. He kept repeating that Memorial doesn't turn away anyone, and never made any mention that he had checked on the specific cases in the article. I wonder how they feel about being accused of not telling the truth. After his saying this, no wonder he didn't want public asking him questions. Counselor Bencomo had done the most homework on Memorial, so included the NBC article in her questioning.
Mr. Neeson, if you can finish your thoughts for time.
Done?
If you can finish your thought for us.
I would like to ask that the county commission schedule a work session to explain the role of indigent care funding at Memorial Hospital. I think the public is kind of confused about that, and I'd appreciate if you could help the county clarify that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioner, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz. There are 2 things I want everyone to remember. 1, there is a lease between Doña County, City of Las Cruces, and Memorial Medical Center, a legally binding contract with contractual obligations. 2, there is the New Mexico statute, the law of New Mexico of indigent hospital and health care, the responsibility falling on each county board of county commissioners. Doña County is probably the only county in New Mexico that has a lease between local government and a private for-profit major U.S. hospital system owned by a private equity group with very high charge-to-cost ratios, known as markups, that in a national report ranked Memorial Medical Center as the 8th highest charge-to-cost ratio hospital in New Mexico. So for cost for care being the 8th most expensive in New Mexico. 2 things, the law is the law and the lease is the lease. Both, but separate, legal commitments. The 2004 policy mentioned in the lease between Doña County, City of Las Cruces states, Eichert Cancer Center, Memorial Medical Center Cancer Center, and Home Health, since these business units are included in the whole of MMC, the same expanded care services community benefit program guidelines will apply as applied to the hospital. I have many questions, but today I'll ask 11 questions, and I'm asking you, Chair, for the courtesy to allow me to complete my ask. I can't do it in 20 more seconds. CEO John Harris says that Memorial Medical Center does not deny or delay health care. They deliver care to all our neighbors regardless of their ability to pay, and that he works in close partnership with the city and county. 1, I want to know why in July or August 2023, Memorial Medical Center did not provide patient access to the disabled patient diagnosed with breast cancer that I reported to Doña County, who was in the Doña County Healthcare Assistance Program, even after Jamie Michael stated she was meeting with Memorial Medical Center to review possible options. To this date, care ensures the disabled lady. 2,
Yoli.
Memorial Medical Center covered cancer treatment through the Expanded Care Services Community Benefit Program policy stated in the lease when the hospital was leased in 2004, and also covered cancer treatment when the
Ms. Diaz, if you
Expanded
can
Care
finish your
Services
thought.
Community Benefit Program policy was updated in 2010. Why is excluded questionably, I will add, in 2015, 2016, and 2023?
Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
I think that Memorial should hear these questions, and maybe if you get the public's approval, maybe you'll let me finish. If not, I have to come back in a couple of weeks.
I understand, and if you would have emailed us or could have emailed us some of these questions, we could have definitely advocated on your behalf, but unfortunately, I do need to abide by the 2-minute time frame.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I might suggest, Ms. Diaz, I know we're going to be discussing the cancer the contract with MMC in a little bit. I don't know if that might be an appropriate time to finish your comments.
Well, I'll try, but if you're going to limit my time, I may not be, but it's very important information because it actually will open up the door for in the future of a colossal issue.
I do understand, but we do
I'll
need to.
stay and I'll get as far as I can. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Name's Jim Hurst. From Jefferson's letter to the Danbury Baptist, 1801. I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people which declared their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall between church and state. End quote. Today, you declared Gay Pride Month, affirming the rights of the LGBT community. This resolution is not without controversy. Many in this county and even in this room oppose this action. Presumably, they do so for religious reasons. This commission can make declarations that are against religious opinions because we have a wall of separation between church and state. In the last few decades, our society has made great strides in advancing diversity, inclusion, and equity with the LGBT community. Long overdue, but better late than never. We have done so because reason has prevailed over religious dogma and superstition. If it were up to our religious institutions, we would have never reached this point. Indeed, much of the faith community is greatly distressed that we have reached this point. They fear the judgment of the Almighty has fallen or will fall on us, on our nation. They cry out for us to repent. If it were up to them, we would reverse course and deny rights that have been so recently granted. We would cease to recognize same-sex marriages. We would deny transgender medical care. We would censor art and entertainment that gave positive portrayals of homosexuality. If there were no wall between church and state, they may succeed. LGBT rights are only secure while the wall of separation between church and state stands. If the wall is breached, many rights will be in jeopardy. Birth control comes to mind. So if you wish to honor gay rights, then uphold the separation of church and state, maintain and strengthen it, stop damaging it and demeaning it. The practice of opening these proceedings with the religious ritual of prayer is
Mr. Hurst, if you can finish
of
your
separation of church and state. Such breaches endanger many rights we hold dear, including LGBT rights.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please restate 3 minutes. Give us time to make decent comments.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. I'm going to fill in for Jim's Christian that is opposed to your Gay Pride Month proclamation. I don't find it in following with the laws of God, and that's just a Christian belief. But that's not to single out the homosexual community or LGBTQ. We go through Paul. He says, you know, the adulterers, the liars, the cowards, etc., are all in the same spot, and all of us are fallen in our place. And that's the bad news, because the law came down, it kills us all. And I do mean all of us, including myself. The good news is Jesus Christ came to give forgiveness of sins. So am I against the homosexual community? No, I want them saved. Am I against adulterers? No, I want them saved. Jesus Christ came, his blood paid the price for us to be redeemed. I don't want them in confusion. I don't want anybody to have suffering or any case of that nature. And so, as I said, silence is acquiescence to the case. I don't believe it is correct to name something pride. Pride comes in falls. We have Lucifer. We have all kinds of cases there. So pride's not a good thing to have as a public position. And we've already covered the other pieces. And so, yeah, no, I don't wish any prosecution or persecution of groups, but I do wish them to be saved and to know the truth. And I thank you for your time today.
Any other public comment?
Good morning, Mark Veith, District 1.
Good morning.
I learned this last night. It's my understanding that Ronnie Cisneros was denied being able to run, denied his constitutional right to represent his county, the people that signed his petition, because an anomaly on his petition to run. I would say that's tyrannical. I will retract that statement and apologize if you can show me a Democratic candidate that also was not allowed to run because of an anomaly on the paperwork. I would ask this commission to evaluate his petition and to see if that anomaly was so grievous that he shouldn't have been allowed to run for a position in this county. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name, for the record, is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez, and I stayed behind this morning because I had a feeling that we would have some comments that could be demeaning or hurtful or weaponize Christianity. And so I will just share that I'm a board-certified psychiatric nurse. I've had the privilege of spending my career caring for people who are in mental health crisis or in substance use recovery. And I just want to add that 41% of youth who are part of the LGBTQ+ community seriously contemplate or attempt suicide. And part of that comes from shame. A great portion of that comes from shame. And so if anyone, if any youth are out there and they're listening, I just want for you to know that not all Christians feel this way. I think that a lot of us believe that you were made in God's image and likeness, just like everyone else. And as true Christians, it's our responsibility to serve and to trust and not to judge. And so I just want to say, if you're out there and you're hearing this, if you're feeling shame for any reason, reach out, get help. Definitely, there are resources. You can call 988, you can call 211, and you don't have to be in crisis for anyone to call 988 or text 988. So you can just use it as a resource. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to staff input.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're going to start off with Fire Chief Shannon Cherry, just to give you a quick update, and then move on to William Provence from our airport, and then I'll have some general comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Shannon Cherry, Fire Chief, Doña County Fire Rescue. This is just going to be a brief update because of the AMR contract, the ambulance provider contract has now reached its 90-day mark that we discussed when we first presented the contract when Ms. Michaels and I did. So in the first 90 days, there's been a few changes, there's been a few benchmarks that have been hit. We've established the ambulance review committee. The city of Las Cruces now, who manages the contract, has established that committee. Our first meeting will be on June 20th. At that meeting, we'll be able to review and start judging AMR's performance based on the criteria set forth in the contract that was signed. And I'll be able to come back after that meeting on June 20th and bring back the performance matrix that has been, that we've been able to identify where they stand in meeting the goals outlined in the contract. Another benchmark that we've kind of made is the facility stakeholder group has been established in order to discuss transports in between facilities, i.e. not 911, not emergency calls. That has been a lot of discussion in the community. The city of Las Cruces has done a great job along with our staff in order to create the environment where those stakeholders can come together and try to work on solutions to the concerns that we all have within the community. During this period of time, I'd also like to point out, give you some data on what Doña County Fire Rescue has been, how we've played a role in this rollout of the new contract, of the new service contract. In the last 90 days, we've had 120 patient transports by our firefighter EMTs in our transport-capable rescues. So that's about 40 a month. This time last year, we didn't have that capability. That's something that we are now stepping up and providing that backup role with. It's in the contract that's defined as that we have to provide that secondary level of patient transport. The majority of those calls, majority of those transports have been out of the central zone. The north and the south zones, AMR has been covering pretty consistently with their transport vehicles. Just a quick update, 3 of the FY24 transport rescues, 3 of the 6 were delivered yesterday. So we're in the process of getting radios installed, graphics put on them, and equipment, and getting them in equipment. So we'll have those out to the stations very shortly is my hope. The additional 3 should arrive in late August. And what that does is at that time, all 6 of our staff stations will have a transport rescues. And then the 3 that are coming in August will provide for the safer stations that open in September of Fair Acres and La Mesa. And so we'll be able to start, we'll have transport capabilities throughout the county with our paid staff. And like I said, at a future date, I'll be back with the update on the matrix and performance of how AMR has been performing. With that, if there's any questions.
Commissioners? Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Cherry. I'm kind of, thank you for the update. I think I'm looking forward to seeing the data when you come forward. So I think I may have questions when that comes up, but I really appreciate having the update.
I agree. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Province.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bill Province, Airport Manager. We have had an issue at the jetport that has arisen from time to time over the last 15 years. There is an area below the escarpment north of Pete Domenici Highway that is used as a shooting range. There is allegedly another area south of the highway that I have not seen that is also being used as that. The land is privately owned, and so our legal options have been very limited. As the Airport Advisory Board and as the airport manager, we have researched and have tried several ways to eliminate unauthorized shooting in that area. There was an aircraft struck by a bullet in 2012, and about a month ago, a helicopter was supposedly struck by a bullet. We have not been able to positively determine these aircraft were struck while overflying that particular area. Nevertheless, we believe that this shooting range poses a safety issue. We met with legal last week to discuss the county's options, and we have come up with 3 parts of an action plan. First is to identify the landowners and meet with them to set up and discuss possible courses of action. The second part is to obtain support from our law enforcement. And the third part is to come up with an action plan to eliminate the area as a shooting range. We wanted you to be aware of this issue, and when we arrive at a permanent, viable plan, I will return. I'm hoping that will be in the meeting first week in July, or first meeting in July.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll look forward to you in July.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, just again, some quick comments from the county manager's office. I was fortunate enough to be able to do 3 presentations last week to various community groups, almost 100 people total in attendance. And I am really happy to say that there is a lot of interest from everybody at those meetings in being engaged with the county on how we can improve quality of life, public safety, and economic development, and look forward to continuing to move those discussions forward. Also, you should have received an email a little earlier this morning. We have reached out to the school districts related to the spaceport tax, asking for their annual updates. 2 school districts have responded. The third asked for an extension until July 31st because that coincides with their other reporting duties, so we've granted that. We just wanted to make sure you were aware of those, and if you have questions on how those funds are being used, you would like me to ask the school districts to come in and talk about what metrics they utilize to ensure success, just let me know and we will schedule that. Also, looking at other agencies, we're looking at who else should be reporting annually to the board based on either contractual or financial or whatever agreements that we've had with them. So we'll be reaching out to those and getting them scheduled here in the near future. On CRUA, as you all are aware, CRUA has a service contract covering HR, IT, and financial support that the county provides, and it has a provision for automatic increases in the annual amount the county charges. So as of FY25, the annual amount will be increasing from the current $350,000 to $361,900, and we'll be communicating that to the CRUA executive director. The board previously asked for hiring of an economist, and that process is underway. It will be a contractor from New Mexico State University, and we hope to have that person available to the commissioners by July. We're also working on the draft standards for private road adoption that the commissioners have asked for in the past, and we hope to have that also to you in the next month or so. And we are working on a draft resolution and policy for your consideration regarding county employees who are running for office and restrictions on any advertising or news releases that might highlight them within a time period before an election. We'll probably be recommending consider it a 60-day, but that'll certainly be up to the discretion of the board as to what they want to implement. And then looking way out into the future, I'd like to make sure everybody is aware, 4th of July 2026 will be the 250th birthday of the United States of America. And this is an opportunity that it will literally be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really showcase our county. And so if you have ideas on groups we can bring in, if we want to do a firecracker festival for 2 months or surrounding that, utilize fairgrounds, our community centers, parks, whatever, please start bringing ideas forward because the good stuff will be booked quickly. And that concludes the staff input for today. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Before we move on to county elected officials input, I do see Dr. Bobby Green has come. We already did the proclamation, but we would love to get a photo with you in the proclamation if we could. Take a brief moment to do that. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Shaljo Hernandez and Commissioner Chaparro, interim manager, county manager Stephen Lopez, who I all known for many years. I want to say thank you. I do apologize for being late. I was in a class. I am teaching a class on the East Coast. It started at 6 a.m. our time, which was very painful for me, but it is over now, which is the benefit of starting early as you finish early. And so I do apologize for being late, but I am grateful to the commission as always. Juneteenth is very important. It is a federal holiday now. This year we are taking it to the next level because we have the first family, a descendant of the first family of New Mexico, the first African-American family in the state of New Mexico, which they founded Blackdom in New Mexico, which is up by Carlsbad, and then moved to Vado. They still live in Vado. And the great-grandson, Mitch Boyer, of the Boyer family, his great-grandfather came here and founded Vado in 1901, something early like that, before New Mexico was even a state. He is going to speak to us at the Juneteenth banquet. I think the commission has already purchased a table, so I want to say thank you for that. And this should be a wonderful opportunity to get some history that you will not find in a textbook. And Juneteenth itself, we've got an exhibit at NMSU of the history of Black programs at NMSU. We also have a gospel showcase, which will feature some of the best gospel music around. So I want to say thank you, and I apologize for the lateness, but I do accept the proclamation on behalf of the Doña County NAACP. Thank you so much.
Come up.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. We do have county elected official input. County elected official input. Oh, come on up.
Hello, good morning, Chair Sheldon Hernandez and Commission. Happy to be here this morning. I have a list now as we've gone on in this meeting about what I would like to say. A couple of the proclamations that I would like to comment on specifically would like to highlight Juneteenth and also encourage those listening to tune into our podcast where we focused one of our episodes specifically on Blackdom, which is an African-American community that was established outside of Roswell, and many of the descendants have come to southern New Mexico and have established families, businesses, and communities here. So I would encourage you to listen to that. That would be our way to highlight that. I also want to, in terms of pride, talk about language that we use is often, tolerance or acceptance. And in my world, I would like to say celebration. And so when I say language is important, the idea of somebody tolerating other things about other people is a pejorative. And if you look at frameworks in academia, it's also considered pejorative. So using language that is celebratory of our LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters, I think is very important. Additionally, I would like to say a whole host of thank yous. As you all may or may not be aware, when I was on the ballot, and so because of that, I had to take a step back from the office. And so I would like to thank Caroline Zamora. Imagine the large lift it takes to come in relatively new and to basically take charge of an office and a staff. We are fortunate because we were prepared. I think there's an idea that elections happen once a year in odd numbers years and twice a year in even numbered years, and then we go back to work. When the reality is elections never stop. We are always preparing. If we are not working on our voter roll, then we're working on hiring. If we're not working on hiring, we're working on training. If we're not working on training, we're working at updating. Additionally, we have a whole other robust size to our office, which is our recording and filing, and we keep the business community humming with all of the work that we do connected to liens, titles, filings, et cetera. So thank you to them. Also, I always want to say Sandra Bali is one of these stars in human resources. She continues to work with us in such a way that has made the hiring process not seamless, because I don't think that exists, but so much improved that it's not an ordeal anymore. So I always say this, and I will continue to say this in public, if you try to take Sandra Bali away from our assignment, I will definitely have something to say. We had a celebration, a groundbreaking of our new election warehouse. And that was a result of 2 years of work that I did and our team did in lobbying our legislators for funding. So thank you to the commission and our taxpayers for helping shore up that last amount. And again, a thank you to our legislators and our taxpayers for those monies. It was a great event, facilities, and per usual, did an amazing job and had all the details squared away. And it was a quick event, which we like because, we could sit there for a while to listen to speeches. And so on that note, I'm going to shorten what I have to say. I also want to give a specific thank you. This is all about gratitude today to our interim county manager. So on his, I think, first day, he literally asked to meet with me, sat down with me, asked about priorities. Caroline Zamora attended in my absence, but we talked prior to it and things that we wanted to highlight. I could not have found somebody that was more supportive of our projects, that heard our vision and said, yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. Why not? Let's think outside the box. So thank you to you for that openness. I'm greatly appreciative. And on that note, we're talking about employees. I think that a day off is great, but I would also encourage you to look at rates of pay comparative to other large organizations in our community, because I know that our employees love days off, but I also know that our employees and our staff that keep us running and literally would not be able to do the work of the county without them, that they would also appreciate a look at their bottom line paycheck every 2 weeks. And any way that we can support and build that, I think we should consider. Also, offering correct information to elections is one of my charges here every commission meeting. And so I would like to note that unfortunately there were 2 disqualifications during our filing process for election. I don't look at party, I look at the rules and the rules that each candidate who was filing has to follow. And this election, we just so happened to unfortunately disqualify 2 candidates, one of each major party, one of a Republican and one of a Democrat. It's unfortunate that our individual that had public comment did not stick around, because I think he had promised to, pull that back if there was a Democrat that had been disqualified as well. So I wanted to provide that accurate information. So again, thank you all for your patience this last couple of weeks, especially our building and everybody who works to support us. The sheriff's office, per usual, came and monitored our election warehouse overnight and did everything they do to make sure that we are secure and safe. And so a big thank you to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, we will move on to commission input. If any commission would like to give input, there will also be a time at the end of the meeting to give input. Oh, we're all good. Okay. Moving on, we do have presentations, which is up, and our first one is the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance quarterly presentation. And I do see, oh, wonderful. We have Denise and we also have Davin here. Welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. Item number 8 is the quarterly presentation by Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. We have Mr. Davin Lopez, President and CEO, along with Mr. Carlos Parra, Director of Marketing, who will deliver the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. We appreciate the time you're giving here today. My name is Davin Lopez. I'm President and CEO of the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. I'm joined by our Director of Marketing, Carlos Parra, who will be tag teaming this presentation a little bit, because we're going to be really focused in this third quarter report on marketing, business development, and industry attraction, which is a core to what we do here in economic development. I also want to recognize our summer intern, Mr. Isaiah Vasquez, and maybe Isaiah, you can stand up and wave. We're hoping to provide him with a meaningful experience this summer. Already in the first 2 weeks, for example, he worked with us on helping to organize a delegation of Taiwanese business people who came to Albuquerque last week. Members of our team went up to join and provide them information on the benefits of southern New Mexico and Las Cruces and Doña County. And also, so last week he was also part of our luncheon, so we got to meet I know the interim county manager, got to meet him, as well as Madam Chairwoman as well. So it's been a great experience for him already, and we just hope today it's even more the government side of it and learning a little bit more. So I'd like to start off by just kind of talking about our mission and who we are. So our mission is to grow the wealth of Doña County through the creation of economic-based job opportunities for all of our residents. We are a 501c3 organization. I think what makes us unique is we really have outstanding, diverse board leadership. Representatives from all over the county come together. They spend their time and efforts, volunteer time and efforts, to really come up with solutions for economic development and strategies. So as an example, yourselves, the county, is members of the board, so thank you, Chair Shelja Hernandez, for being part of that. We have members from the utilities. I see Eric Montgomery here is in the audience as well. From the healthcare system, Mr. John Harris, I see, is in the audience, so thank you for your time. But it also involves members from the school districts, the community college, the university, the city of Las Cruces, Sunland Park, and about 15 different members from private sector as well, who again are providing their input on how to make the economy more stimulant here in the region. The other thing I think that's unique about what we do is we receive funding from a variety of different sources, and I think this is important for the public taxpayer here. Although we do have a contract with Doña County for $300,000 to do economic development services on behalf of them, we actually bring in $1.1 million to our budget. So we're able to leverage funding to extend what we're able to do on a much greater level. And that's important because when we compete with communities, not only around the country, but really around the world for economic development and job creation, and many times it's communities and states with much, much larger budgets than we have, we need to maximize our ability to collaborate and work together and leverage what we have available so that we can provide a message at a very high competitive level. So what happened there? Okay, hopefully I'm not hitting the wrong. There we go. So our core services in economic development are, number one, industry attraction. That's where we go out to the market and try to recruit companies to the region. Our second one is retention and expansion. That's where we work with local businesses, trying to help them grow, making sure they're aware of all the resources that might be available to them, whether that's the state or local or regional level. Then we also provide economic development advisory services. This is really what we come back to you, the county and the city of Las Cruces and Sunland Park and all the other communities. And it's lessons learned, best practices, really bringing back advice on what we could be doing better to make ourselves more competitive. Along the same lines, we have an area what we call capacity building. That's recognizing the factors of production gap that exist that we need to improve upon in order to make ourselves more competitive. That could be workforce, it could be infrastructure, and it's one of the reasons for the diverse board leadership that we have in place. For today's conversation, we are going to be focusing on our industry attraction efforts, and really we're going to be talking about our messaging and kind of our marketing strategies that we take out to the marketplace. This is critically important because and really where a large portion of our budget is being utilized because, again, trying to get the message out, the word out on who we are in Doña County, that we are business friendly, we do have assets that cater to businesses. It takes a while, as you know, with all the chatter of social media and everything we have to get through in terms of marketing outreach nowadays, it takes a lot of work and effort. So I will start off by really kind of talking about the messaging we do and how we go about it. So first of all, we take a regional approach to marketing the entire Borderplex region. And for those who are not really familiar with the acronyms we use, we look at the Borderplex region to include not only Doña County, but to include El Paso, Texas, and Juarez, Texas. Again, that's part of that greater collaboration to become more marketable worldwide. So we are 3 states, 2 countries, and 1 solution. When we talk about that, we are a market of 2.7 million population. If we were all one metropolitan statistical area, we'd be probably one of the 21st largest in the country. We are already the 5th largest manufacturing region in North America. And if you include not only New Mexico State, but UTEP, as well as the universities in Juarez, Together, we have about 150,000 college students. That is so critical when we're talking about the pipeline of talent that's going to be actually needed by companies when they come to the area and they're assessing the area. You know, and it's probably more important for us that we take this regional approach more so than even Juarez or even El Paso. We are the smaller fish of the three. But I will be very honest with you, when we go to market and we talk about a 2.7 million population versus a 250,000 population, it makes a difference in us getting recognized for critical site selection searches that take place around the U.S. So that's one of the reasons why we really kind of expand our reach and how we market ourselves. We also talk about what access they have in our region that's distinct. Access to workforce and pipeline. Oh, okay. Didn't know if that was my phone or not. Access to workforce and pipeline, talent pipeline is critical. We talk about our 295,000 person manufacturing labor force. As a result of a study Mavita took on to assess our regional workforce for advanced manufacturing, we can now talk about a population base of 27,000 people that support advanced manufacturing. Again, 7 regional universities. And then part of our research looked at the pipeline of students that were being trained that could support advanced manufacturing across the region. And we can talk about 11,000 per year as part of that pipeline. We talk about access to markets, and I think this is very unique when we talk about all the Asian, and we're seeing all the Asian production that's moving away and coming to North America, and it's to reach a U.S. consumer. We are really kind of marketing ourselves as we are now the new center of trade for North America, kind of like the Camino Real being re-stimulated again. Because from our area, you can reach a 200 million population within a 2-day drive time, over 67 million households, reaching 4.4 million businesses, and having access to over 300 major manufacturing maquilas just south of the border. We talk about our supply chain support. This has been critical since COVID because supply chain disruptions have just disrupted really manufacturing across the world. But the fact that we are on the crossroads of Interstate 10 and Interstate 25, we can reach the ports of Houston and Long Beach. We have 2 Class 1 rails coming through our area, Union Pacific and BNSF, one of the largest intermodal facilities in the country supporting our port of entry. And then we also have commercial and cargo air service, as you have been watching the growth of the jet port over the last few years. So we are really kind of positioning ourselves as a major intermodal hub where we can be diverse and meet the needs of supply chain challenges today. The other thing is we have a unique opportunity for cross-border manufacturing, and attracting Asian production is critical because, again, they are trying to reach a U.S. consumer. So much of that is going to be benefiting our area. Already, Mexico in the past year has surpassed China as the U.S.'s #1 trading partner. That's going to make our port of entry even that much more critical. But one of the messages we're taking to industry is, instead of having production on different parts of the world, for example, like say part of your production is taking place in Michigan and another part of your production is taking place in central Mexico, if you come to our region, you can leverage both sides of the border. You can do the type of production that makes sense in Mexico, and you can do the type of production that makes sense in the U.S., but do it all from one area, drastically cutting the supply chain down and the costs so that you can provide to the U.S. consumer. And with that, we look at what are the challenges industry is facing, and then we try to develop campaigns and messaging based around what those challenges are and showcasing how coming to Doña County can help solve and alleviate those problems. So this is an example of 3 messaging campaigns we've done in the past year. One is site readiness. That is very important for companies nowadays. They're trying to identify infrastructure-ready sites so that they can be up and operating in a quick amount of time. I mentioned the Center of Trade campaign. That has been pertinent in terms of our reach out to Taiwan. We have not only this past year went with the governor to Taiwan to promote New Mexico and southern New Mexico and the Borderplex region. But as I mentioned, we helped host a delegation last week when they came to Albuquerque. And then the other aspect of it is workforce. It has never gone away. The need for talent and skill sets and the identification of where those exist is a major driving factor for companies when they choose a new site. And so we are able to talk about the dynamics of our workforce and how it benefits them if they take advantage of the entire region. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carlos, because Carlos really works on how do we now get the message out to a broader audience. And he'll talk about the various ways we do that, whether that's through digital media, nurture marketing, or just good old relationship building as we've always done. So I'm going to ask if Carlos can join me here at the podium.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. Again, my name is Carlos Parra, and I'm the marketing director for Mavita. So what we have here is actually a diagram that takes all of our assets, our messaging, and all the trends that we market. And this is what it's called personal, and we had a font dropout, so it's personal meets digital. But what you look at is what I call connective marketing. And so anything that we produce, anything that's being shown, anything that's being used as far as messaging, whether it's going to be in our print will then lead over to trade shows, but also take people back to our website. We look at the website as the foundation of marketing. If social media were to go away, people are still going to be going to websites. If servers go down, you go back to websites. If emails, right, they unsubscribed, you always have your website, right? So that's your number one driving force. But if you look at this is again connected, because your trade shows will lead to email nurture campaigns, will also lead back to the website. And so with that, though, we just look at, again, just connecting all of our messaging, all of our media. And so here's going to be a real world example of this. So as Devin spoke, he mentioned the Taiwan Business Days. Now, this was a rat card. And so we look at this as our traditional marketing. And so with this, though, they went and exhibited there. They had a networking event. But the messaging was still very consistent with the Center of Trade to North America. From there, anytime it's scanned, anytime somebody's visiting a website, this now leads you to an industry-specific web page, not a standard web page that somebody has to bounce around and look and get confused, and they're not finding all the information that they're looking for. So this specific landing page is, and you look at the keywords there, is Taiwan onshoring, nearshoring, New Mexico. And so we want to be able to bring that broader information there. But we also focused it. So you'll see there on the video, which is Winnie Lee. So she's a professor of economics at NMSU. We worked with her very closely. We worked with New Mexico Department of the EDD. We worked with Ross Marks, who, and so they used NMSU to film this. But we worked really closely with Professor Lee because we looked at what and how Taiwanese culture interacts with media and with specifically digital media. So one of the things we have calling out is we have news specifically targeted to big wins and successes with Taiwan companies. If you look there, we have Foxconn, we have Admiral Cable, Hota, we have many different logos there because this is something that the culture calls for, as well as seeing the images of people they're going to talk to, right? So again, we're showing you a real world example where one leads to another, where we meet them personally, they get information, now we are able to interact with them digitally, and then we have the video. I'm unsure if this video plays or not, but we'll see. There we go. Nope, it did not. So when we break down our marketing, we look at 3 different segments. The first one is your traditional marketing. So this is the way that we're able to start building those relationships. So with traditional marketing, we're looking at we're exhibiting at trade shows. We are walking trade shows. We have banners going on there. And you'll notice we have QR codes, again, specifically bringing all of these individuals to landing pages. Then we look at our print media. So anytime we're actually going to any event, we are consistent with the messaging. Your site is ready. And with the print, we have brochures, we have rat cards, we have flyers, we have leave behinds, and then we still look at publications. So here are 2 publications examples of your site is ready. They're all going to CC'd executives as well as decision makers, specifically targeting industry itself. And again, QR codes, so we're able to bring everybody back digitally. So next we have our digital marketing. So we break that down into 3 different segments. We look at organic marketing. So, right, so a lot of this is social media, right? Your Facebook, your LinkedIn. Majority of the clients are on LinkedIn. But I want to point out specifically the lower right-hand side with the blue background. So 2 years ago, Commissioner Murillo and Reynolds, they were present at a Taiwanese delegation. So, and what they use to communicate is Line. And so Line is it's similar to WhatsApp, but it's specific for Asia to use, right? So we're able to still continue to market to them. And so again, if you look at Professor Lee's and our video there, but specifically that thumbnail, we're able to communicate. And that video itself is in Mandarin. So it has the beginning when it's essentially has the wording there for us when we're speaking in English, but the rest of the actual video is in Mandarin, speaking directly to them. So this is, again, another opportunity to take this organic marketing and being able to use it in a way that nobody really is using it. So we also do paid digital media. Majority of it is with LinkedIn. So we have examples here of display ads, message ads, conversation ads, but as well as site of the week. So we're actually using other platforms. So a lot of the publications that we used, that we bought ads in, you're looking at them actually sending out emails. So we're able to use their platform and their list, as well as email banners. And then finally, you're also looking for digital marketing, right? Your websites and your landing pages. But as I spoke, this is very unique because for every trade show we go to, an example here is our medical device manufacturing. It's specific to that industry and target, right? We're giving them that information tailored to their visit and the information they would look for. And then below that, you see earned media. So what we found is a lot of the relationships that we've been building with these publications, they will actually, because they understand search engine optimization and they understand that content is king, they will take a lot of information that is going on with the Borderplex and host it on their website, linking back to our website as well. So, and as we speak about those relationships that are being built, that brings us into relationship marketing. So what you'll look at is with our sales missions, we will go to foreign consulates, we'll go to foreign delegations, we're building those relationships, we're building these connections with industries, with influencers. Fam tours are great because every state will claim and every city claims that they have a quality of life. Here we're able to actually show this quality of life with site selectors on these fam tours. We take them hiking. We will do things on the weekend to show them the farmer's market, right? So instead of just claiming that we have that quality of life, we're bringing them in and showcasing that to them. Again, with relationship marketing, we're looking at nurture email campaigns. And nurture email campaigns are going to be very different from spam. We're not polluting their actual inbox. We are informing them of big wins that are going on, companies that are opening up. We inform them about site readiness. We have brochures and things that we're able to give them so they're constantly updated on the moving and what's going on within the Inn and Borderplex. Now, something in particular here is you'll notice on the nurture campaigns, we have some of the emails that are blurred out, but you'll have 30 opens. And so what this means is we can't track the 30 opens, but we could track the one email that has been shared in office and has been opened over 30 times because they're looking at this information, they're sharing that. So that's where that information comes from. So we know that these emails and these efforts are being seen, and we're able to educate and get Inn and Borderplex known. The last one is an awareness campaigns. And so a lot of this is because we compete against large states and their marketing budgets, we have to think of different ways to capture attention. And so one of the ways is that top box is every one of these products were produced in the Inn and Borderplex, right? Some of them were produced in Las Cruces, other ones within the county itself. But every one of those packages had a QR code that had a video of the business owner. They talked about how easy it was to do business in Las Cruces and in Doña County and all of the Inn and Borderplex. So, and again, these are all specific landing pages, all specific videos that we shot, and we're able to say, hey, you know, it's not, we're just not claiming these things. Here's that third-party testimonial. And then below is, again, because we're having to compete in a lot of these awareness marketing efforts, they're done by bigger states. They'll be given out the same time, a lot of them during Christmas. So we chose Cinco de Mayo. And so we used a lot of our culture's candies and celebrations, again, to bring us out and pull us out of the ordinary and kind of show how dynamic our region is. Below that is an email of somebody stating that what an awesome idea it was, again, to celebrate our culture and our region. And then with that, when Davin had spoke about going to last week in Albuquerque to Taiwan delegation, we created new material. So we originally had the rat card. We now have a brochure. But beyond that was we had developed an actual, and I'll pass this around, messaging, a box here that had our messaging, again, QR codes that brings them back to a specific landing page. But what we looked at is the color red, which really indicates luck and favor and prosperity in Taiwan culture. But also pecans are considered a delicacy there, and sweets. So we did kind of a duo here of your pecans, your candy pecans, and as well some bizcochitos. Again, showing the culture, but being able to offer them that as a gift. So it's just some of the ways that we're able to look at culture and make sure that we're marketing more effectively. And so that kind of showcases the bringing all of this together with our connected marketing, how everything's connected, how we use what we have available, but how we make things a little more dynamic, but everything's gonna come back to the website. And so again, so we can capture leads, we can capture emails, we can capture that information so we can consistently and often just communicate with them on a one-on-one basis. Again, not spam, but more relationship building.
Thank you, Carlos. So wanted to give you some insight into our marketing. I will say about 80% of our budget goes to the industry attraction segment of what we do. And just to kind of let you know, when we do everything in-house, so that makes us very nimble and flexible. So like, for example, this package that we put together, we're able to do the design in-house, the QR codes in-house, the gift packaging, everything in-house. We're not outsourcing. So even though our out-of-pocket, we think, with everything included, we're about $900,000 that we spend towards industry attraction. When we look at what the outside market would charge us for it, we think it's about $1.6 million that we're able to leverage because we bring that expertise in-house. So with that, we'll stand for some questions. And before I do, I just want to thank Denise for all her help. She's been a great conduit with the county in terms of how we communicate and message, and I think it's a great relationship going forward. So thank you, Denise. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Actually, I have a question for Denise, if I could. I think I guess my question is, and I want to know as the BOCC and what Doña County as a whole can do moving forward. We've generally used LEDA funding because that comes from the state. We've used our IRBs, but I would love to understand more as a commission, what can we do to grow or continue economic growth here? I think as we start seeing the economy slow down, there's going to be more competition. But I'd love to understand, and you don't have to answer now, I just want to see if it's at all possible between you and Mr. Lopez to maybe understand what tools we have at our disposal, things that we may not have looked at in the past, different strategies that we may want to consider, whether that's even working with, I know as Mr. Lopez had, Mr. Davin Lopez, I forget we have multiple Lopez's here now. But, I think as he talks about as from the Borderplex region, what can we do to amplify our voice? Because I know the city of El Paso gets so much attention. And when we look at the state of New Mexico, I think sometimes Santa Fe forgets. We're down here, and I think as been noted in the presentation, we have that port of entry that is driving economic growth, not just for us, but the state, and we need to remind them of that. So how do we start figuring out kind of the things that we can do to help with those initiatives? Because I think, like I said, the LEDA and IRBs come to mind that we've used a lot, But I'm just wondering if there's, you may have other suggestions that we can take a look at and learn from.
I am actually working on a strategic plan for economic development, and Mr. Lopez did request a meeting with Christina and Jonathan, so we will be coming together in a meeting to try and put together something to inform you all as to, based on what I've seen in the 6 months that I've been here, how the county can work in economic development and the tools that we have and what we can do.
Great. And I'm excited that you're here with the
Thank
team.
you.
I'm excited to see how we can continue to work with Mavita and you know, with their existing network as well to continue to drive economic growth here. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, the one thing I'd also add, and I don't want to let the cat too much out of the bag today, but Denise also holds the unique, enviable certification of having recently earned her Certified Economic Development certification, which is conferred by the International Economic Development Council. We've worked with them previously internationally. Prior to my post here, they were one of my clients in the consulting realm, and so we're looking forward to not only continuing the marketing efforts that Davin talks about, but really amping this up full circle to talk about where we can strategically place ourselves in the global perspective of what we can and should be doing.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, I'd just like to thank you because I've seen in the last year such a growth within Mavita, probably the last 2 years. And so congratulations to your staff because I am seeing the path forward for our county with economic development and the board that is serving right now. And I see a couple of them here, so thank you. And it was nice to meet your intern from Doña County. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate you and your
Mr.
staff
Chair,
coming out
Commissioners,
today.
thank you very much for the time you gave us today.
Okay. Next up, we have item number 10, which is the Memorial Medical Center update. Good morning, Ms. Michael.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Today, I'm going to introduce the leadership from Memorial Medical Center. They're going to provide a brief overview of the services provided at Memorial Medical Center. The volume of services and the number of collaborative partnerships is such that we're not going to even scratch the surface today. So the presentation today, again, is just kind of an introduction overview. We will be scheduling tours so everyone can go to the hospital and learn more about some of the specific programs. And I will be sharing information from the monthly board meetings with you all. So again, this is just the beginning of the conversation and a way to provide you all with a general overview because we have not done this in several years. So today, speaking on behalf of Memorial Medical Center, we have the CEO, John Harris, and the COO, Mary Armijo. So I will let them come up and begin the presentation. And this should be your up and down arrow. All right. Yep, so just down to, there you go. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioner Chair, Commissioners. It's great to be in front of you this morning. I thank you all for having us today to talk about Memorial Medical Center and some of the updates that we have for you today and to address some of the concerns that have been raised about the hospital. I think most of you know me. I'm John Harris. I am the CEO of Memorial Medical Center. I have been so for the last 10 years. Joining me today are other members of our leadership team. First of all, I'd like to introduce our Chief Financial Officer, L.T. Thomas. And then additionally, our Chief Operating Officer, Mary Armijo. Dave Schmidt is our Chief Nursing Officer. And I want to repeat again how much we appreciate the opportunity to come before you and to address any questions or concerns that you have about our hospital and its operations. Okay, first I want to talk about our mission, our vision, and core values of Memorial Medical Center. Our mission is to make communities healthier. Our vision is we want to create places where people choose to come for their health care. Physicians and providers want to practice, and employees want to work. Additionally, we have adopted new core values that are champion patient care, do the right thing, embrace individuality, act with kindness, make a difference together. These are examples of how we embrace our core values. We are local people taking care of local people. And we embrace these core values every day, both inside the hospital and beyond its walls in the community. Pictured above are a few examples of the kinds of things that we do much of, and that is CPR education at a recent NMSU basketball game, annual neonatal intensive care unit reunion, which we, the name implies, do annually, local Veterans Appreciation Day. We've been catching up a lot on these lately because we've sometimes done 2, 3 of these per year, as well as our annual Cancer Survivors Day that was held last month. I want to address our community benefits report and its impact on our community. We are one of the largest employers, taxpayers, and healthcare providers in southern New Mexico and more locally in Mesilla Valley region. We're proud of our record in Las Cruces and Doña County. For 2 decades, as part of LifePoint, the Memorial Medical Team has collaborated with both the city and the county to expand healthcare services across our region, to bring new providers to our community, care for all who live here, and to be a great partner. As many of you know, each year, our hospital publishes a community benefits report that outlines the many ways we are advancing our mission, and I want to share a few of the highlights with you from 2023. As you can see on this slide, we have 1,400 employees. Our payroll is more than $130 million. We've added 150 physicians and advanced practice providers. We provided $8 million in capital improvements, $54 million in charity care, uninsured discounts, and uncompensated care. And we paid $18 million in taxes. We had $1.7 million in community benefits programs. We have many community partnerships. You can see them. I won't list them all, but I will simply add to this list that you don't see on this slide that we also have been working in Gadsden, also in Hatch. We have a project in Anthony, New Mexico that we're very proud of. So we are involved very much not only in Las Cruces, but also in the region. Next, I'd like to introduce our CFO, L.T. Thomas, who is going to provide more background on our financial assistance resources and processes.
Hello. I am a little under the weather, so my voice is not the greatest, but thank you, John, very much. For those of you that I have not met, my name is Laura Thomas. I go by LT because there's another Laura in our administrative team, so it got a little confusing when people were saying both of our names. I moved with my family here to Las Cruces about 1.5 years ago, and we love living here in Las Cruces. We spent 2 years in Roswell prior, and really just our hearts were in New Mexico. So we were very happy to come back. My son is a junior at Oregon Mountain High School, and he's in the fabulous band there with Mr. Silva. And my husband is a local special education teacher at Las Cruces ISD. Part of my responsibilities as a CFO at the hospital include overseeing our financial assistance team. We're constantly working to enhance our community's access to care. Our financial assistance team, which is spread out in various service areas, but encompasses about 10 individuals. works directly with our patients as much as possible addresses financial stressors, offering payment plans, discounts, and other options. We most recently rolled out Clear Health, which is an option to pay over time based on the specific circumstances for the patient. I do want to underscore that we do not deny or turn away care for cancer patients because of outstanding balances or unpaid bills, regardless of how significant. For our patient eligibility support services, I want to address expanded Medicaid. In the state of New Mexico, expanded Medicaid has made it rare that we are unable to help uninsured individuals in qualifying for coverage or financial assistance, which is a blessing. In most cases, our team is able to assist uninsured individuals in qualifying for Medicaid. And if they do not meet Medicaid's requirements, our hospital participates in the New Mexico Insurance Pool, which is a plan available to undocumented citizens or other individuals that don't meet Medicaid requirements. For the few people that do not qualify for Medicaid or the New Mexico Medicaid medical insurance pool, those candidates may qualify for the county's healthcare assistance program or the CHAP program. Again, this is very rare, and we currently only have 33 persons on this plan. Our cost to charge ratio that was mentioned earlier is similar to other healthcare institutions in the U.S. It is important to note that the cost borne by our patients is not based on facility charges. Rather, it is determined by their insurance provider who contracts directly with our hospital. And our hospital is in network with most insurance plans. In the case that we may not be in network with an insurance plan, we do offer single case agreements where we advocate for the patient on their behalf to set up a contract with that out-of-network provider. We understand that navigating healthcare, we do understand that navigating healthcare coverage can be increasingly confusing and complex. And we're highly regulated industry. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very dedicated to the speech. With the strict requirements that we have to follow often means that healthcare providers are restricted in the levels and kinds of support that we provide. That said, our team is always working on additional tools and resources to help patients better understand and connect to resources that are available to them. Most recently, we have added additional resources with links to our website. And if there has been any misunderstanding or when there is misunderstandings in the care that's provided or the resources that are available, we try to reach out as much as possible to receive that feedback in a way that supports our culture. You heard the 5 core values that we have, and that is ensuring that every patient is receiving an experience that meets our expectations for the people that work at the hospital. I'm now going to turn things over to our Chief Operating Officer, Mary Armijo, to share some of our current and future priorities. Thank you for your time.
All right, so thank you, LT. I'm Mary Armijo, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Memorial Medical Center. So I moved to Las Cruces in 2019 to join the leadership team at Memorial Medical Center. As a native New Mexican, this move was a homecoming for me in many ways, and it's been very meaningful to watch and be part of the impact our hospital has to our community. Earlier, John shared some of the facts and figures around our community benefit report, and in the 5 years that I have lived here in this community, I am proud to say Memorial's economic impact, contributions, charity care, taxes, and payroll have exceeded $900 million. We are all proud to be part of this community and a partner to this community. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to address our hospital's priorities and plans for our future. So I know there has been a lot of discussion about the continuation of services outlined in our asset purchase agreement. And I want to ensure you that we are confident and that we maintain the core services outlined in the agreements. We remain a full-service general acute care hospital and provide outpatient services and inpatient services both in Las Cruces and throughout the counties that surround us. In 2023, we cared for over 195,000 patients within the hospital and our outpatient services. In addition to that, we saw over 163 patients in our clinics. We have an active auxiliary and pastoral programs, and we offer comprehensive women's and children's services, including a neonatal intensive care unit and a pediatric intensive care unit. Our inpatient behavioral health unit is open and accepting patients. All right. So I do want to address behavioral health, as this has been a challenging service to maintain amidst a severe national shortage of behavioral providers. In November of 2022, we temporarily suspended operations for 10 months due to instability of a full-time physician coverage. We had difficulties finding a full-time physician, as it takes at least 6 months to onboard a physician if they are moving into the state of New Mexico due to obtaining a New Mexico medical license, a DEA license, and also credentialing at our hospital. In addition to that, behavioral health workers experience severe levels of burnout. During this time, this 10-month gap, Dave Schmidt and I, my CNO, we worked on securing physician coverage, and Dave had shifted the staff to other units so we could maintain and retain our behavioral health nurses and staff so that we were able to reopen the unit once we had physician coverage in place. We reached out to our community partners, Mesilla Valley Behavioral Health and Peak Behavioral Health, and ultimately we were very fortunate to have formulated a strong relationship and partnership with Peak Behavioral Health. We worked closely with Sandy Emanuel, the CEO of Peak, to secure physician coverage for MMC, which in turn created a continuity of care for patients who may need to be transferred for a higher level of care to Peak. We are proud to say that our unit continues to be full, and we have now stabilized that service. Dave Schmidt, our Chief Nursing Officer, oversees the program and has done a fantastic job getting it back to our fully functional unit, working with both physicians and the nursing staff to care for our patients. So, as you know, Memorial is one of the 3 hospitals here in Las Cruces, so we are consistently working on providing and expanding services not currently accessible or available in Doña County. We are proud to be a regional referral and transfer center, working closely with the surrounding hospitals to provide a higher level of specialty care and expand access to these services by embedding specialists in rural underserved communities like Deming, Silver City, Alamogordo, and TRC. Memorial receives 250 to 300 transfer requests a month. So therefore, all specialties are important to address the need for specialty care based on the amount of transfers that we receive monthly. As one example of our commitment to this community in southern New Mexico, during the pandemic, we focused on recruiting and rebuilding our cardiology program. When I joined Memorial and assessed the population need for cardiology services, we had a few interventional cardiologists in the community, but no hospital had a full comprehensive cardiovascular program. We are proud to say that we went from 1 interventional cardiologist to 5 interventional cardiologists, 2 general cardiologists, 2 thoracic surgeons, and we started an electrophysiology program. Our cardiologists are able to care for a wide subset of patients, from simple diagnostic procedures to more complex procedures. Last year, Memorial became the first and only hospital in southern New Mexico to offer the transcatheter aortic valve replacement procedure for heart valve disease. Our goal is to be the leading hospital in southern New Mexico for cardiac care. I also did want to address another important priority for our leadership team. It's strengthening our workforce. as labor challenges and shortages are real concerns for all hospitals right now. In addition to offering competitive pay and benefits, we are focused on growing our own. We are responding to staffing shortages by providing educational and career opportunities for our employees and local community members. Recruiting and retaining nurses is also a top priority for our leadership team, especially our CNO, Dave Schmidt. We recently launched a new residency nursing program for nurses that transitioned from school to the hospital, and 39 completed the program last year. Additionally, we are exploring an international nurse program that would enable us to recruit foreign graduate nurses to Memorial to fill open nursing positions at the bedside. And we are also highly focused on training and supporting the next generation of physicians. We proudly partner with and support Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine, and we also offer an ACGME accredited family residency program where we have 30 residents that are able to graduate from that program. And 68% of those residents actually retain employment in the state of New Mexico. So our goal is and always has been keeping New Mexicans in New Mexico and Las Cruces in Las Cruces for their care. We are proud of our record of expanding the healthcare services that our community needs, enhancing access to care for all who live here, and being a great partner to so many across our region. We are confident that we have complied with all the terms of our asset purchase agreement and lease agreement, including the provisions of indigent care. Our team remains laser focused on supporting our people, employees and providers, patients and their families, and growing our programs and services to meet the ever-changing needs of Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and the surrounding region. Thank you all for your time today, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does that conclude the
That concludes our presentation, yes, sir.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Memorial Medical Center. And Mr. Chair, I would like to suggest that this become a work session because I think we need to have members of the community be able to attend not just a commission meeting, but moving forward to solutions and thoughts from the community instead of just making it a short presentation where we're just taking half an hour, including the public that would like to comment or share. And truly, you know, we hear things in the newspaper, we hear things on television, and as a former judge, I always think there's 3 sides to every story. And so I'd like to get down to the third side of this story and really delve into details and experiences that people have had at Memorial Medical Center. And I just don't think an hour would be sufficient. And maybe moving the work session to a little later in the afternoon so that people that are working can join us 4-ish or 5-ish to share their thoughts with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. And we can definitely look at doing that. We can have Mr. Lopez help schedule that as well. But while we're here and we do have a captive audience, if there's any questions that need to be asked of MMC, now would be the time. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I appreciate Ms. Amijo and Mr. Harris and the rest of the team here from MSC to join us. It's been a little while. I think I can't remember if it was 2019 or 2020. That was the last time I think we saw MMC here in the chambers, and it was around the fact that they were MMC was interested in looking at the lease agreement and trying to change several clauses in there, and in particular, it came around the capital investment amount. Now, yesterday, I know you all had the pleasure of presenting to the City Council, and so I did want to ask, because I didn't think there was a clear determination or answer when Mayor Pro Tem Bencomo had asked what is your, we talked about the community benefits, and I see the flyer that was provided here. But what was your annual revenues for 2023?
Okay, so LT, would you like to address that question? Because they're asking regarding the annual revenues. We don't have that. Okay, so yeah, we would have to actually gather that information and provide it back to you because we don't have that readily available to you, but we're happy to.
And I'd be curious because I think as you note the $8 million in capital improvements, and I know it was splitting hairs. I know when you go in, it's just under $8 million, but I'm just curious to know if that's within the contractual obligations of that. And that's not very clear in this presentation because I know, like I said, I know it's been, as comments that were made, I think, by Mr. Harris yesterday. I think there was comments about the fact that recruiting and retaining doctors was could be considered capital improvement, but I think it's very clear that the requirement in the lease agreement is actually to make investments on the life of the building. And so I'd love to understand, like I said, are you all in compliance with that?
So Commissioner Sanchez, what we can do is actually get back to you with the information that was requested today, as well as what was requested yesterday from the city. So that way we can do a detailed report on, what improvements have been made from capital expenditures, because we have, invested in equipment, facility improvements, and so we can provide that information. So that way it's very clear to everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Armijo. The other thing, and I'll just note, and like I said, I'm glad we're having this conversation. And I think even as Commissioner Chaparro had said, I think we would love to be able to make this a more regular opportunity for us to be able to have more discussion with MMC. Because I think while I know there is in the past having a seat on the board with the county manager and city manager, I honestly have not had any updates from or received any updates on MMC's numbers, performance, any of that. And now I don't know if that's ever provided in detail, and maybe that's within our staff that isn't providing us as the Board of County Commissioners with that information, but it's something I've never seen. I know it's as a requirement of the lease agreement that we're supposed to have, and I've never seen it. So I'd love to be able to dig into that a little bit more and figure out where the breakdown in communication is. The other part that I have concerns with is also around how it was noted around the specialty services, and even yesterday it was brought up about the services, but I don't, and maybe that's with the updates. I haven't seen that investment or increase in specialty services because I'm a person myself, not of me, but of a family member that we have to travel to El Paso. And I've heard this story multiple times where we're continuing to have to travel to Albuquerque, El Paso, Tucson, Phoenix. And so I still see that we're a underserved community. So, I'd like to understand what it is.
Sure. So each month during our board meetings, we do provide financial updates as well as quality information. And then any updates regarding like physician recruitment services that we're starting. So that information is shared monthly with the board, and the presentation and the information is sent out. In regards to being an underserved community, absolutely, you are correct with that. An example that I gave yesterday at the city was our urology, for example. So there is an independent urology group, Rio Grande Urology, who does practice at Memorial. And there were 4 urologists in that group. One urologist actually left Las Cruces to move to El Paso due to the medical, malpractice capitation rates in New Mexico. So New Mexico has the oldest medical staff in the United States, and we have the highest capitation rates, which means that it makes it very difficult for us to be able to recruit doctors into Las Cruces. And so that's just one specialty, but also ENT is another area. We do have a full range of general surgeons. We have orthopedic surgeons here. Obviously, we've worked on cardiology because that was a dire need here in this community. But because of medical malpractice, that is very difficult. The other issue or item that we have to look at is that we do recruit in J1. So because Las Cruces is a underserved community, we have the ability to sponsor doctors from, they're from out of country. And so we do have a team of people that we work with that helps us with recruitment. So New Mexico allows for 30 J1 candidates each year, but that's spread throughout the state of New Mexico. And so when Senator Henrik was here and we met with him, that's one thing that we asked for him to take back, is that could you expand that number to a larger number, because we are so underserved. They're just very hard to recruit specialties. We agree with you. We don't want people to have to travel. It's very expensive for people to do that, and we want to provide the care here. But again, it's difficult sometimes to recruit those specialties.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Amijo. Sorry, I have one more question, and I'm just curious because I know after this we're going to be considering the approval of a contract with MMC around the coverage of cancer patients, I think is one. But one of the concerns I have is that this has been something that, as far as I recall, for what at least I know, the county has been trying to work with MMC on cancer requirements or cancer treatment. And so I was just wondering, there was such a delay in getting this through. It was my understanding that MMC was reviewing it, going through it. And I'll just be honest, the optics of it look like all of a sudden you're on MSNBC and then boom, next thing, y'all are ready to approve it. And the same thing with you all here. What was the delay in that? Because I think is with us trying to provide funding through the indigent care, and it was something that I think we as a desire as a county commission have had. But I felt, and maybe I'm incorrect because I wasn't involved in the day-to-day as, say, Ms. Jamie Michael was. But I want to know, where was the delay and why was there such a delay that and even maybe even understanding why we had to specifically call out cancer treatment instead of that falling within within the care you provided. Because I know as a resolution and within our side of things, we did approve that. And then we had to go in and then negotiate an agreement with you all. So I'm just wondering where that is, because we're trying to figure out how, as maybe a lessons learned, how do we get better at this? And how do we start bringing things forward? Because I think as Doña and County, we want to make sure that we're serving the residents in our community.
So Commissioner Sanchez, I'm going to turn this over to LT because she was very intimately connected with the contract in the negotiations.
So, hi. We actually received a request from Jamie Michael and have been working closely with her for this. The timeline doesn't correlate with the news coverage at all. We've been working on it since, I think, August, September of last year. One of the biggest holdups was trying to figure out how do we create a contract that is a payer contract that is not necessarily built into the way that the county does their contracting. And so it took a lot of resources to try and figure out and we ultimately went to an outside legal counsel to try and figure out how to actually draft that contract. Once we sent that contract over, then we were able to redline back and forth. I think it went back and forth maybe 4 times. And that's why we're ready to submit it today. So the timeline doesn't really correlate with the news. I know it probably looks like that, but we've really been working on this for quite some time. And the biggest holdup was just the legal verbiage in the contract itself and how to word that so that it was optimized for both parties.
But why was I guess I'm kind of curious, why is cancer and cancer treatment specifically singled out that we had to call that out on a separate contract versus what was the existing contract, provide services to the indigent community?
So my understanding is that in 2016, I wasn't here, there was a decision made to remove the cancer indigent care out of the lease agreement. And so that was removed out. So what we were looking for is compensation based on Medicaid rates. So it's not like, we're asking for discounted payers or commercial payer rates. We're looking at fair and equitable compensation for the services that are provided for indigent care. I will say that we are not expecting a lot of assistance from the county for cancer patients, just because there are so many resources and the county is a payer of last resort. So one of the biggest things that we do see is people coming in that need premium pay assistance. That's not something the county can offer legally. It's not something we can offer legally due to enticement laws. And so that is something that our not-for-profits in the community can provide us assistance with. And also that deductible, things like that. That's why we work with our patients. When you get the cancer diagnosis, you're going to be shocked. It's something that dramatically affects everyone, family members, the patient themselves. We give quite a bit of time and leadway in contacting those patients to ensure that they understand what their resources are and their coverage are, and we do not expect for them to pay upfront when they come in for their cancer treatment. But we do need some type of coverage. The cost of the drugs alone, the pharmaceuticals alone, are thousands and thousands of dollars per treatment. So Medicaid is only assisting in covering that.
Okay, thank you. And I agree. I think, we want people to be able to receive the treatment, because it is mentally, when you're having to deal with that, it's a huge shock.
Yes.
I think when we hear of stories, when we hear of constituents that are having to go elsewhere because they weren't able to receive care here, I think that's always disturbing to hear that. But I'll turn it over back to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just have a couple questions, and it does go hand in hand with the questions that were asked by the city council yesterday. I kind of expected that we would have had some answers to their questions, as they probably would have been along the same lines as far as that. So I'm kind of disheartened to know that we didn't have answers, but I did do a lot of research last night, and I just have a couple questions. So according to some tax documents that I found online, in 2022, your guys' revenue was $1.8 billion, with a B, not an M. So out of that, from what I can find out, in 2019, your guys' net profit was $180 million. And that's what I found online as far as years ago, which means that 8% of profit versus revenue is nowhere near the capital expenses that you guys are putting into into your facility. But along that, I do have a question. So based off of the $1.8 billion that you guys took in 2022, how much of that, besides pay and all that kind of stuff, stayed back into Las Cruces, and how much went back to your parent company?
So none of our funds go back to our parent company. We're actually a completely separate legal entity. Of the $1.8 billion that you're referring to, those are actually charges. So when I had spoken earlier, I talked about, the contracting with the insurance companies. We're about 80% government payer, a little over 80% government payer. The government sets those rates. So no matter what our charges are, they're irrelevant to the amount of dollars that would be reimbursed by the government or by the insurance companies.
But that's revenue, so that's what you received.
Yes, that's what we call net patient revenue.
Okay, yeah.
Would
So
be the
that's what you
smaller
received
amount.
Is $1.8 billion.
No, that's the amount we charge.
No, that's what your revenues were in 2022.
That's our gross charges. So our actual revenue is the $180 million, I think, that you referred to.
That's net profit. I'm talking about the revenue that you received it said net income or gross patient revenue is 1.8 billion in 2022.
I know it can be very confusing, but we do not receive $1.8 billion in net patient revenue.
Okay, so what is that number then? If you know it's not 1.8.
It's the 180.
No, that's your net profit is 180 million.
It's not, I promise.
So your hospital is only making $180 million a year in revenue to pay.
Yes.
Can you go back to your slide then that shows what you guys?
130.
Yeah,
130?
and what I can do is that we actually provide this information to the person for the county that sits on our board every month. And we can definitely provide the information that, for that.
Okay. So based off of just a quick calculation then, you guys are spending $212 million and you're not receiving revenue of more than 180 million?
Let me put the numbers together for you.
Okay. Yeah, if we
Because
can get
we
that.
present this every single month in the board, and I think it would be good to show it in that format.
Okay. Jamie, by any chance, do you have those documents from your last meeting that you can present? Okay. Okay, because from your tax returns, it says 1.8 billion. So that's what I'm going off of. But we definitely need a correct answer on that. So maybe that work session would be really great. But based off of that, how much of that is staying in our community of Doña and Las Cruces?
It's the community benefit overview, so that's the total. So what I'd really like to do is be able to put it in a line item,
Yes.
which Jamie can actually provide to y'all. And we do that in the community benefit report. I'm just not, there's a lot of numbers that I work with on a daily basis. So it would be really great to be able to provide y'all with a format that is what, I mean, we can be very transparent with you in the numbers that we share. I just don't have that information available currently.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, this 1.7 million in community benefits program, what is that exactly? What does that entail?
So it breaks down into several different categories, taxes being one of the larger.
Well, your taxes is 18. I'm asking what that 1.7 million is.
I'd have to go and look at the details behind that.
Okay. And then during the presentation, you all said that you did $900 million in community, giving back to the community. Over what time period is that? How many years?
That was since the LifePoint taking over the hospital.
Which was in what year?
It's before I was here.
We don't know when LifePoint took over Memorial
2000.
Hospital?
Okay, 900 million in the last 5 years.
Okay, so in 5 years, you guys put 900 million back into the county, we'll say, into Cruces. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely going to need these answers during a work session. So, Mr. Lopez, I am asking that we do what Commissioner Shabhado said and get a work session on the books, preferably one in the later part of the afternoon. I hope that you and your executive staff can come back and talk to us. Actually, we had a great joint work session with the city of Las Cruces, and maybe that's exactly what we should do again since this affects both of us.
I received the message on a work session. I'm seeing head nods and head shakes on a joint with the city.
Take a poll later on and see if there's any interest in this. Because
Very good.
I'm sure a lot of these questions are mutually shared. Any other questions from the board? I'm sure there is too, because
And were there any other questions that we need to address in the work session? Because I want to make sure that we cover everything that you guys may have questions with, that we can come back with.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
It's really difficult to give you a guideline on the questions that will be asked from the community, quite frankly. I think that the board will have questions regarding the fiscal or the numbers that you're presenting and how they're utilized. But in order to move forward, at least in my opinion, is to have that kind of community input and what our community has a vision for with Memorial Medical Center and the treatment. And I'm not speaking for the other commissioners, I'm only speaking for myself.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd love to be able to see and understand numbers on, and I don't know at what point, if you do have numbers, but those that are rejected of medical service from MMC, I think my issue or concern maybe is the fact that I don't know at what point they would make it on the metric versus simply just being discouraged and saying, I'm out and going somewhere else. But I'd like to have an understanding whether MMC takes a look at that, whether you deny services or not. And while not necessarily, and I don't know how to quantify this, but one of the concerns that I've seen is as MMC and heck, even Mountain View, and I know Mountain View is not part of this discussion, but as you all have worked on, I don't know if consolidating is the right word, but as you all have started to grow across the city and have more providers that are under the MMC umbrella, one of the things that I've seen is that as you've opened, and that's why I say it's not just you, I think this is the industry-wide, as you all have started to grow, you all have opened urgent care centers, which is great for the city because we need to go somewhere to receive urgent care, we have a place to go. Unfortunately, what's happened is it's become very hard to be able to get appointments with even a provider within your network, which then drives us to urgent care. But as you build your urgent care facilities, now Memorial Medical Center, Mountain View, and everyone else charges a facility fee as if we were going to the hospital, not the same price. And I think I noticed the wordsmithing earlier. It's based off of insurance contract rates. But instead of me just simply paying a fee to see my doctor, I now pay a facility fee, I pay a doctor's fee, and then any other fee that may be associated with the services I receive at that time. So slowly, as you all have increased services, there's been an increase in being able to receive that care. And so I don't know, and I'd be curious, maybe it's just in the financial reports, as the chairman had noted, but I'd be curious to understand, how those services are tied to that.
Yeah, and I think it's maybe just kind of like a breakdown of how the payment structure actually works. Because if you're going into a PCP, just like, I am with my insurance, I have copays that I need to pay. If you're getting certain services, there may be a professional fee for the doctor's fee, and then you may have a facility fee like you spoke about. But that's throughout the healthcare industry in the United States. It's not just here in Las Cruces that occurs. And so, like LT said, I think it's very complex. Healthcare is complex, right? But maybe just breaking that down so everyone kind of understands why there are different charges for different things because of the way that the insurance industry sets up payment and how providers are actually charging for their services as a separate entity. So I think that would be important to address and kind of provide an overview.
Oh, and I that would be great because I think, as I said, if it goes back to some of the concerns that were raised, I said about and this goes back to the MSNBC story around cancer care, how those are being reimbursed or not, and then where does MMC, what are the patient's rights at that point? Because, like I said, I think as it was noted, I think yesterday there's only been a handful of patients that have been denied care, but I find, and that's why I say maybe people aren't making it on your radar because they're not being considered part of your metrics, and maybe because they just give up and go somewhere else. But I've heard multiple stories from multiple people that have been denied care at Memorial Medical Center, and they've had to travel to Albuquerque or somewhere else. And what makes it even more challenging is that when you have a person who may not be a documented immigrant that may not be able to travel past the checkpoints, their opportunities to receive care is even more limited. It's somewhere that they're going to be within Las Cruces or in El Paso. And so I think that's one of the other concerns that we have. So I look forward to having a joint session, or joint, however it looks, but I really do look forward to having further discussion. I will say though, Ms. Armijo, I know while all these concerns or all these questions are being brought up, I know the care that I have received when I had to go to Memorial Medical Center, the staff there has been phenomenal. I will say that back in 2018, when my wife had to take our daughter to the PICU at the hospital, the nurses and the doctors were amazing. And so I know the staff for MMC, those that provide the care with all the people that go there, work hard and put in the time to make sure they're caring for each and every one of those patients. So I just want to make it clear that the questions that I have, I think, are really around, I think, the agreement, how it's being met, and the overall picture, but definitely not around the team that are there providing the services at MMC.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, Commissioner Sanchez. We do have a very fantastic team there. You know, people that work at Memorial, we are very prideful of our culture. You know, I feel like we are a family, and we strive each and every day to do the best that we can to care for the patients in this community. So thank you for your comments. We appreciate that.
And then just one more thing, because we got the packet this morning right before the meeting, so we didn't have a chance to look at it. But one of the questions that I would definitely have during the work session would be if you guys can break out the charity and other uncompensated care, the 53, almost 54 million that you guys have listed, if you can break that down as to what that actually includes, because under community benefit program, the 1.7 million, it's broken out in the sheet, which I appreciate. But it says financial and in-kind contribution, professional development, tuition, reimbursement, community health services, and physician recruitment is listed in that 1.8 million. But down at the bottom, it says the charity care, that 54 million, includes physician recruitment costs. So it's kind of double listed, and I'm wondering what salary, wages, benefits, and contract labor cost. So is that part of your payroll then, the 54 million?
I would have to look to see what's stated on there, but we can break it out for you so you have accurate numbers, and that way you can.
Yeah, I just
compare
saw
it to
that,
what
and I
you
would
have.
definitely be interested in seeing that, but thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission or the board? Commissioner Murillo, do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the feedback. We appreciate it.
Ms. Michael.
So thank you all for the presentation and for the questions. Aside from the proposed work session, my intent is I attended my first meeting in May as the designee for the county, and now I know what information is available. And I will share that with you all. And I would like to come up with that's kind of monthly or year-to-date information, because those meetings happen each month, around financials and around a lot of quality measures directly related to patient care in the hospital. So I will share what I have, and then we can figure out if you want something different or more than what I receive each month, and how frequently you want that. And I've already spoken with the leadership team here, and they're willing to help create any type of report that you all would like to see at whatever frequency you would like to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll wait here for the next agenda item.
Oh, wait, what? Oh.
I would recommend going ahead and pushing through.
We had to meet with Slavin before.
Right. Well, they
We're
asked at noon, but I think I'd recommend taking care of the $200,000 on the cancer.
Meg, can you see if there's another time today that they're available? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So then we are going to revisit item number 2, which was on the consent agenda, which was to award a contract to MMC for outpatient oncology and chemotherapy services in the amount of $200,000. Ms. Michael.
Thank you, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. After the board expanded the services available under the county's healthcare assistance program, we looked to see the best way to procure cancer care services in our community, and it was determined that a contract with Memorial Medical Center would be the best way to help people who qualify for the county's healthcare assistance program also access cancer care in the community. So what you have in front of you is a contract. It's a draft contract, but I believe it is in the final or very close to final draft for cancer care. It will be outpatient cancer care. It complies with the healthcare assistance program resolution, so the qualifications are the same as it is for other services under the HCAP program. And there is a $50,000 per patient per year fiscal cap. And the way that Memorial has designed the contract is regardless of how much, if the individual's care is going to exceed $50,000 in the year, they will continue to get the care. So the care doesn't stop at $50,000. The care will continue, but they know that this is a capitated rate and no one individual they can't get reimbursed more than $50,000 a year per individual. We don't know if each individual is going to reach that cap of 50 because we've never done this before. So we are just piloting this project with Memorial and going to determine the need, and then we can come back to you very soon, maybe at mid-year, maybe before if needed, and give you a report on how many folks we have served through this contract. So before you today is the contract for $200,000 that will be for next fiscal year.
Really quick, Jamie, the $50,000, is that a county thing or is that a state initiative or a state ordinance that we're not allowed to exceed?
Commissioner, that is what the county commission approved in the resolution. So it is a county resolution.
Okay. And it's not the resolution that we're talking about with the contract, it's a prior resolution regarding indigent care?
Correct. It is the resolution that governs the county's healthcare assistance or indigent program.
All right, I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Ms. Michael, it's only $200,000. And I'm curious, I know you said the max is $50,000. So I maybe I'm wrong. I just don't know what will be the process here if, and I'm thinking just worst case scenario, you got 4 people that go use most of this up, and then, is there an opportunity for us in the county to be able to look at providing additional funding for this? I want to make sure that we're not going to be limited on the people that we help with this.
Yes.
And then they get, turns out that they go and then they find out there's not a balance there, and then they're not able to get care.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, this kind of wasn't just arbitrary. First, we looked at data from Memorial Medical Center, and each year they get between 900 and 1,000 referrals for cancer care. That's an average over several years. And they were, based on their data, 3 or 4 people a year on average don't have access to any other coverage. So the first step, because we're the payer of last resort, so the first step is going to be to try to connect people to all of the other resources that are available. If there are no other resources that the individual qualifies for, then we will qualify them or determine if they qualify for this program. So we just did 4 based on the current historical data for the need. If we get a couple months into this and we're already at 2 people, and we know that the referrals are coming in faster, we will come back to the board immediately. I think the determination that the board here will have to make is where will the additional funding come from? We are already, so with the Healthcare Assistance Fund, our expenditure budget already exceeds our revenue budget. Mid-year, sometimes we're able to balance that out because our revenues come in higher. So there may be, a determination if you want to dedicate more money to this, where is the money going to come from? Right now, the $200,000 is approved in the budget for next fiscal year. So that's another reason we started with that amount.
Okay, thank you.
But it is within the board's authority to, expand it as needed.
Thank you.
Ms. Michael, really quick question on this. So if a patient's care goes into more than 2 year or 1 year, 18 months or so on and so forth, their clock gets reset on the 50,000 on the second year, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, every July 1 with the new fiscal year, the clock gets reset for the 50,000 annual max.
Okay. And you'll let us know when we hit that 2-person mark where we need to go? Okay.
Yes, I will keep you all updated on that. And Memorial does a pretty good job of tracking their referrals, so we can figure out a good way of making sure that information gets to us quickly.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Murillo, any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we award a contract to Memorial Medical Center for outpatient oncology and chemotherapy services in the amount of $200,000.
I second Commissioner Murillo.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and we have a second by Vice Chair Murillo. At this time, I will ask that if there's any public comment that they please come up. We will put the clock on and we will have you sign in on the sheet to the left. If you'll please keep your comments at that 2-minute mark.
Yoli Diaz for the record. I will continue and then I'll go to something else real quick and then I'll continue in a couple of weeks. 3, my Doña County records request from October 2022 response from Doña County provided me the Memorial Medical Center's 2016 CHAP, County Healthcare Assistance Program policy, which I will add that Memorial Medical Center changed the name to CHAP from Expanded Care Services / Community Benefit Program policy per the future received 2015 policy with Memorial Medical Center logo does not include any services not covered. Why does this not match a recently provided 2016 policy? 4, why does one of my Doña County records request include Memorial Medical Center's County Healthcare Assistance Program CHAP policies for effective years of 2015 and 2016 that do not have the Memorial Medical Center logo that both state services not covered under the CHAP program, outpatient oncology and chemo services, outpatient dialysis. These are 2015, year 2015 and 2016. I will add that Gretchen Morganson did an excellent job in her reporting. She did an excellent job at contacting me and asking me questions. These questions included policies she received from LifePoint, Tennessee. And amongst these policies I have, they do not match. So I am going to move on to an email that I did get in an IPRA where Jamie Michael wrote to John Harris's on November 30th, 2021. And it begins by saying, Mr. Macias and I would like to visit with you about opportunities to cover the cost of cancer care for people who are under or underinsured. John Harris responds saying he'd be delighted to work with you. That was November 20, 2021. I'd like to know why Fernando Macias did not make sure that cancer treatment was covered, and I want to know why John Harris did not make sure cancer treatment was covered, especially with them saying that in 2015, questionably in 2016, cancer, and outpatient dialysis was not covered at Memorial Medical Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Any other public comment on this contract? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call vote us, please.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries and contract is awarded. Thank you. At this time,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I'd recommend we go ahead and get number 11 out of the way. I think it can be done in 3 minutes, Mo, if the commissioners have no questions.
Can we please get a time clock for 3 minutes for Mo, please? No, I'm just kidding. Welcome, Mo. Number 11 is our ICIP project list first draft review.
I don't want to go sick.
Okay, Mo, let her rip.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mo Mobid. I'm the county engineer. And we all attached the list of the ICIP project in your package. This is just for review. Please review it. And they're not ranked. So I'm hoping that you all look at them and see how you want to rank them, if you want to change the ranking. And the first list, which is in the black, is not highlighted, is the one from previous year. And then at the end of the list, you will see the highlighted. These are the new projects that all the departments have added to the list. And first, you want to thank all the departments, all the department heads and their staff. Really, they've been really helpful. And our office, Cindy Beakley, she's been handling this. And we have had probably the best communication ever we had with the other departments to provide the list. And she's been working on it with every day, assisting them to come up with the best explanation of the projects and give them opportunity to really, if they want to eliminate some project, add projects. So this is not the final list. This is the list that all the department heads and departments agreed with to present to you. And I'm hoping you all review it and give us your input and really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, like I said, you can send us to your email, send them on email or phone call, however you prefer. We're here to take your comments and your suggestions and put it in a list and create another list for the next month, in 2 weeks meeting, and so you all can review it and finalize it. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Reynolds, are you with us? Okay, no. Okay. Just needed to make sure. I thought he was joining us. Any questions, Commissioner Sanchez or Vice Chair Murillo? Seeing none,
I think the only comment I have is I'll be looking to have a little bit more conversation with you, Mo. So thank you for coming with this. And I think also the vision, Mr. Lopez, for kind of where we're going to be going with or where we want to go. So I think as we move forward with this, I'll be providing input and see how we as a BOCC work together on where this goes together.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we do need to switch things up and go into a closed session as to address some of the concerns or some of the issues that we have, and then we'll come back out, continue on with minutes, approvals, and the hearing. So at this time, I motion Or I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to limited personnel matters involving the hiring of a county manager and to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 5037, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1529, Detention Center, Local 2709, Blue Collar, and Local 1879, Court Security, and subject to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Provisional Government of Santa Teresa versus Doña County, case number D307 CV 2021-01818, as authorized by Open Meetings Act, Section 1015(1), H2, H5, and H7.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Can I please get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries, and we will adjourn to closed session. We'll be out when we finish.
Mr. Chair.
William, is anyone on WebEx with us? Okay, Commissioner Murillo is on and also Commissioner Reynolds. Perfect. Okay, let the record state that Commissioner Reynolds joined us in closed session. Commissioner Chaparro did leave the meeting, but did join us in closed session after an appointment. So let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the original motion to go into closed session. And
Mr. Chair,
yes.
point of order. I think that you may want to mention that Mr. Chaparro joined us at 1:26 in closed session, partway through, that's all.
Sounds great. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we do have approval of the minutes from the May 28th meeting. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the minutes from the regular meeting on May 28th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any discussions? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to approvals, we have the first, which is item number 13, proclamation declaring extreme drought conditions and imposing firework restrictions. And we have our county interim manager, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, let me just switch over to that real quick. So we are bringing for you a fireworks proclamation due to the severe and extreme drought conditions that we're experiencing in varying parts of the county. What is before you is the same that was utilized last year. And I'm happy to read it if you would like, or answer questions.
Does any commissioner need Mr. Lopez to read the resolution? Proclamation? Resolution?
Resolution.
Resolution.
Oh, no, it's proclamation, sorry.
Proclamation.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I'd like to make a motion to approve a proclamation declaring the extreme drought conditions and imposing firework restrictions.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any discussion? We do probably have members of the public. Any members of the public that would like to come up and address the commission? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name's Kit Johnson. I'm the Director of Operations for Boland Travel Centers. This proclamation, as what has been discussed previously and certainly again today, really only affects our business. So that's why I'm here. Give you a little bit of background about Boland's. We were established in 1912. We were incorporated in 1955. We went public as a company in 1996 and then spun off. We actually sold a big part of our business to Lamar Outdoor through our billboard operations. And we had a spin-off company that evolved into Boland Travel Centers Incorporated. We operate 10 travel centers in New Mexico and Arizona, 7 of which are in New Mexico. We have a corporate office in Albuquerque. We have a large office and warehousing operation here in Las Cruces. In Doña County, we employ something close to 35 employees at any one given time. And throughout our company, we employ something close to 200 to 250 employees, depending upon the time of year, and generate something north of $5 million a year in payroll. So, you know, we've been around for a while. This current ordinance that we have in place right now today prohibits aerial fireworks from being used inside the county. We have a specialty retailer's permit, which allows us to sell fireworks year-round. And this county's been kind enough to allow us to sell aerial fireworks year-round to non-county residents. And I want to make a distinction between selling and using. Again, the county bans the use of aerial fireworks within the county year-round. But they allow us to sell to non-county residents year-round. My time has expired. If I need to discontinue right now, I'm happy to do so. If I need to come back for questions, I'm happy to do that as well.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. If we have any other questions, we'll definitely ask.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of the public? Seeing none, I do have a couple questions. I believe last year we did not have a fireworks restriction. It didn't come to the board. It was 2 years ago that it came to the board. It didn't come last year. And I just have actually, I probably do have a question for you, sir. Right now, how do you deal with selling those certain fireworks? How does that process work? Do you ask for an ID or?
We do. In fact, we've got thank you for asking. Mr. Chair, we have a two-phase actually. First of all, on our cash register system, if anybody, doesn't matter who it is, buys fireworks, the CSR is prompted on the cash register before he can proceed with the sale, asking for the customer to identify if they're a local, meaning a county resident, or an outside the county resident, and he's required to ask for an ID that would provide that information. So any aerial fireworks that is brought to the counter for purchase, we go through that process. We are quite diligent with that. We understand the importance of it. We like to do things right and within the course of what the ordinance requires, and so that's what we do.
All right, thank you. So it's very similar to if you buy cigarettes or you buy alcohol at a convenience store. You check a license, you make sure that they're licensed outside of the county of Doña or out of the state of New Mexico, or is it the county?
The county of Doña County.
County of Doña County, and that's when you can issue or sell those particular fireworks. Personally, I think it's kind of interesting that we do this every year, every couple of years. I don't necessarily think that we need to prohibit something that's already prohibited in Doña County, like the sale, if it can't be sold to Doña County residents. I would rather see a amendment to let Bolins continually sell those to out-of-county residents. That's my personal feeling. I don't know if any of my fellow commissioners feel the same way. But I understand that there's a motion on the table, but I would definitely like to see if we can at least continue with our normal business, but still have those drought restrictions in place. I just think it's June 11th and we do this always at the last minute type of thing. So that's where I'm at. I would personally like to amend that motion, but I would love to hear where my fellow commissioners are at with that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, I voted in favor of this. And I just, at that time, didn't have enough information, but I've actually had people educate me on the subject. And so we have municipalities such as Anthony, Mesilla, that will continue selling the fireworks. And even if we prohibit the sale of the fireworks within the unincorporated parts of the county, we still have municipalities that are going to allow the sale of aerial fireworks. So to me, it doesn't make sense. I mean, we're just batting down someone that happens to be in the unincorporated part of the county as opposed to in a municipality. And so if I go buy aerial fireworks in Mesilla, I mean, even in my area right now, I'm seeing aerial fireworks pop every night. And this is well before the 4th of July. So I think to penalize a business just because they're in the unincorporated parts of the county is just, it doesn't make sense when we have the municipalities selling those fireworks. And thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A couple of notes. I know you mentioned that this was done last minute, but the reason that we're not able to do this earlier on is because there's a 30-day limit on an order like this. So we could have done this 30 days in May, and then we'd still have to extend it another 30 days to take it past the 4th of July. So that's the reason for the timing. And even the city of Las Cruces, when they passed it, it was within that 30 days of the 4th of July. The other thing to note, and I think to Commissioner Chaparro, I think I understand the noting of the different municipalities. I think that, I mean, if you ask me, I think it's very irresponsible of the municipalities, especially when you have a couple of them that rely on county fire to provide services for them. And I think that's where I support this. I don't support an amendment to, or an exemption to be added, mainly because while I understand the efforts are in place to limit who can purchase and where, let's be honest, not everybody here in Doña County has a driver's license that says they live in Doña County. So if you have somebody visiting, I could have someone from El Paso coming in, passing by, they can go and purchase fireworks and bring them into Doña County. So I think by minimizing the locations in which you can purchase fireworks, even if we're already restricting the type of fireworks that can be purchased, I think the restrictions are there mainly to prevent and reduce the potential for wildfires across Doña County. And with the drought maps being as they are, we haven't had, I mean, we can all attest to the fact that we haven't gotten any rain or very little rain over the past year. So I just think we need to do everything we can to reduce the potential for any type of wildfires. It will not, I think, you know, being a pragmatist, I know it's not going to stop our residents from not putting up fireworks and in violation of this order. And I think that's always a challenge every year. But I'd like to hope that we as a commission can do everything we can to minimize that and hopefully minimize the stress on our county fire department. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, looking at the map that shows that we are in a severe and extreme drought, I would like to say, yes, let's look at the businesses and try to figure out a way to make them avoid the drought, but we can't. Our job is not to make decisions based on economic reasons when we're looking at health, safety, and welfare of our community. I mean, our first mission as a county and as a county commissioner is to provide healthy, safe environment for our citizens. And I believe that with a severe drought, we're not making this because we just want to stop a business from making money. We're looking at this because of the safety of the citizens and the risk that we're under with the severe drought. If it rains between now and July the 4th, we should, you know, withdraw this. But in the meantime, I think we have a higher responsibility currently to make a decision based on our mission. And that's the only reason I support this. It's not because I'm not sensitive to some of the challenges, and I agree with Commissioner Sanchez that it's not our lack of responsibility that the other communities are not adhering to. I think that they're the ones that should be seriously considering to do the same thing as us, and that even though we don't have control over them, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be following our lead. So I support this because of the risk, and not for any other reason. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. I've written down what one of the commissioners said regarding it's not our responsibility to police other communities, but I differ on that point. I don't see it that way. I think that if we're going to move forward, maybe reaching out to Anthony or Messia or whomever and work together to find an answer to this instead of just shutting one area down and not the others, because it doesn't do any good in the long run. The fireworks will be purchased, they will be lighted, and they will go up into the sky, and some might cause a fire, but the aerial fireworks will still be sold in municipalities. And at least this business is checking driver's licenses and mostly selling to out of state. And so to me, and as I mentioned before, I voted for this 2 years ago, and now as I've become more educated, it just doesn't make sense. If I need to go get aerial fireworks, I can go to Mesilla, I can go to Anthony and get them there. And it's about the same, actually it's further if I drive to Anthony than if I drive up to the fireworks station up on the West Mesa. So I think we do have a responsibility to speak with the other communities regarding this, but it has to be equal for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Cherry, maybe this is a question for you. How long has Doña County been in extreme drought?
Oh, that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure I could answer the question of how long. It did improve over the winter, but over the last several months, as the heat has increased, is when we've seen the drought map expand to the severe and extreme that you see today.
So it's been a few months, several months?
Several months.
Okay. So just with that being said too, if this is something that the commission is wholeheartedly with the safety of everyone, you know, we do this right before the 4th of July, which is the main time where people buy fireworks. But at the same time, we've been in this drought condition for a while now. We need to look at the decisions we're making and the data that we're looking at is that, you know, I understand that everyone's going to be buying fireworks and that their options are Boland's, Chaparral, Anthony, and Mesilla, which they are permitted at this point in time. Hatch, maybe, not sure. And I understand that it's our duty to be conscious on the health and safety and welfare of our residents and our constituents, and I 100% believe in that. I'm just pointing out that we make these decisions, but we've been here for a while. And that's the only point I'm gonna make. But Commission, it's up to you. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Any
I call
other
the question. Commissioner, I call the question, Chair.
Okay, Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
No. Motion fails. Okay, moving on, we do have the appointment of 3 members to the Doña County International Jetport Advisory Board. And we have Mr. Province, our Jetport Manager.
Good afternoon, Bill Province, Jetport Manager. And Jody Young, who's my assistant, is on his way back to the county from
He's behind you.
Fleet, so he should be here shortly. Oh, he snuck in. Okay. Excuse me. Today, the commissioners will be asked to select 3 members for the Airport Advisory Board. All 3 are regular 3-year term appointments.
Thank you.
Whose terms will expire in 30 June of 2027. There's 1 candidate who is currently on the advisory board and has expressed a desire to serve another term. And there are 9 others candidates that have applied to serve on the board. We have at least 1 member here that would like to speak with you. Dan Taylor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Just a little bit about me. I work for John and Betty McGuire. I've been with them for 40 years. I don't know if you know who they are. They're the ones who started the War Eagles Air Museum out at Santa Teresa. And they've been a anchor at the airport there for quite some time. Just got through eating at the Golden Corral. I apologize for that. I've been in aviation all my life. I'm an airplane mechanic. I'm a corporate pilot. I'm with the FAA Fast Safety Team for maintenance and for pilots. Been attending the Doña County Jetport meetings for some time, and then they asked, would you like to serve? And I went ahead and agreed. So this is a renewal for me to be in that position. One of the things I did ask Bill is if I could say something about one of the other candidates who is not here. Elliot Warner, he is one of the candidates, and he has been in aviation all of his life. He retired from U.S. Customs and Border Protection as the chief of their aviation department. He's well aware of all of the government interactions. He is, the reason he's not here today, he is teaching at Aviation Week at the museum. They have a youth camp that's going on. So he's teaching the youth about airplanes and doing the engineering behind that. So with that being said, I was said not to talk too much, and I will agree to that. If there were a decision between me and Elliot, I would recommend you put Elliot in, okay? That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you've been given the credentials for each candidate. We passed out the ballots.
Mr. Province, you still have
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Allen back there as well.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners and staff and guests, my name is Griffin Allen, and I appreciate your consideration for my application to this advisory board. And so as a licensed pilot, as well as a local business owner in management consulting, that also has a lot of experience working at an executive level with $1 million plus P&L accountability for public money and accountability at the level of the governor's court in the state of Texas. This opportunity appeals to me because I understand the business of aviation. Yes, flying a plane is one thing, and yes, understanding all things about flying the planes and the A&P needs is one thing, but in terms of a long view strategic plan, that's where I'm excited to bring my expertise and my experience to this opportunity. So my position is that the more diversified a decision-making and leadership team is, the higher the quality of that team. And Mr. Provence has an excellent reputation. He's a seasoned leader. He's a recognized leader, and I want to be a part of a winning team. That is my selfish reason, in part, for wanting to take advantage of this opportunity. And so with that, I once again would like to reaffirm my enthusiasm and passion for aviation. I felt very privileged Saturday to be at Spaceport to witness Virgin's final launch and to basically see the potential for what Doña Ana County can bring to this part of the country. And so with that, again, thank you for your consideration, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this topic today? Seeing none.
On the ballot, on the top, you'll be asked to select 3 candidates. And after each round of voting, we will announce which candidates the commission's voted for in the tally. The 3 candidates who receive the most votes will fill the position, whose term will expire on June 30th this year. So the 3 that are expiring. In the event of a tie, you will ask to break the tie by a vote only.
Okay, we will do that. We have 2 commissioners joining us via WebEx that we need to get their votes from. You got it? Okay. Of course. Commissioner Reynolds, would you like to verbally tell us your votes so we can write those down for you, sir?
Yes. Dobbs, Allen, Smith.
Say that again, sir? You're supposed to be picking 3.
Yeah. I think I heard
Dobbs.
Dane Dobbs, Griffin Allen, and,
Allen Smith. Got it.
and then Tyree Smith or Terry? Okay.
Yeah.
Terry Smith. Got it. Okay. Commissioner or Vice Chair Murillo, would you like to go next?
Yes. Dan Taylor, Griffin Allen, and Adrian Salinas.
Okay. And then we have our 3. Perfect. Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Sanchez, Dan Taylor, Griffin Allen, and Dane Dobbs. Commissioner Saljo Hernandez, Dan Taylor, Griffin Allen, Dane Dobbs. Commissioner Chaparro, Dan Taylor, Griffin Allen, and Armando Sejas. The top 3 vote getters are Dan Taylor, Griffin Allen, and Dane Dobbs. They will be the advisory board members for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and congratulations to those 3 individuals. Okay, next up, we do have to appoint 2 commissioners and 2 members of the public for the Animal Services Center Board to serve 2-year terms. And we have our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we go ahead and start with the appointment of the commissioners.
Wonderful. So we do have to appoint 2 commissioners. Currently, Commissioner Murillo and Commissioner Chaparro sit on those boards.
No, wrong one. ASCMV, that's you.
Sorry, I'm on
That's you and
CRUA.
I.
I'm really trying to fast track this meeting. I apologize. Currently, you have Commissioner Sanchez and myself on the Animal Services Board. I would like to remain on that board if considered by this board. Commissioner Sanchez?
I'm in the same boat. I wouldn't mind, I would like to stay on with the ASCMV if the other commissioners so choose, or unless there's an interest. Well, yeah, a trade interest if somebody else would like to be on the Animal Services, but I appreciate serving on the board and I would like to continue.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. I make a motion to accept Chair Shelja Hernandez and Commissioner Sanchez to serve on the Animal Services Board.
I second.
Okay, it looks like we have a motion and a second by, I heard Reynolds very loud. So any conversation on the 2 commissioners?
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Let's keep them.
Thank you. We'll stay. So we do have a motion and a second for that.
Call for the question.
Okay, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes. Commissioner Sanchez and myself will remain. Now we do need to appoint 2 members of the public to the Animal Services Board. Mr. Lopez, if you would like to help us with that.
Mr. Chair, we had 4 applicants for the 2 positions. It's Joanne Campbell, Elizabeth Hill, Linda Lee, and Patrick Peck. Their information that they submitted is available in your packets. I do not know if any of them are here and would like to speak.
We do have Mr. Peck. Come on up. If you'd like to. I'll never force you.
Good afternoon, Chair. We'll make this quick. My name is Patrick Peck, and I'm here on a personal basis. I also am the director of the South Central Solid Waste Authority. I've applied for this board because it was mentioned to me that some of my professional skills might be of help to the board, and so it's with that I submitted my application, and I hope I can help out.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. That was short and sweet.
We're going to get this meeting through. I've been watching you all morning.
I like it. Wonderful. Anyone else from the member of the public that would like to speak on behalf of the Animal Services Board appointments? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, if you will please mark 2 on your round 1 ballots. Again, Commissioner Reynolds and Vice Chair Murillo, we're going to have to do this verbally. Again, you have Joan Campbell, Elizabeth Hill, Linda M. Lee, and Patrick Peck. So with that being said, Vice Chair Murillo, we'll go with you first. If you want to verbally give them, I see our interim county manager, Lopez, ready to write them down for you.
All righty. We'll go with Linda M. Lee and Patrick Peck. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now we have Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, Joan Campbell and Linda Lee.
Okay. And then my fellow commissioners, did you want to write them down or do you just want to name them out loud?
I've rewritten them down, but I don't mind naming them out loud, whatever's easier.
There you go.
Okay. Well, just for the record, I selected Joan Campbell and Patrick Peck.
Keep your ballots for round 2.
Thank you. And I had Joan Campbell and Patrick Peck.
So just to let you know that we had a 3-way tie in round 1. Joanne Campbell had 3 votes, Linda M. Lee had 3 votes, and Patrick Peck had 3 votes. Elizabeth Hill had 1 vote, but will not be continuing on to round 2.
Mr. Lopez, am I missing then?
3,
Is that-
3, 3, and 1. 10 votes.
So we need to,
Got it. Okay, right. 3, 3, 3, and 1. Thank you.
Yep.
My math was a little off there.
It's okay.
It's a little.
Okay, round 2, we have eliminated Elizabeth Hill, so no votes will be cast for Ms. Hill. Vice Chair Murillo, you're up.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
Did I hear that the votes on the first round, 2 people got 3 votes?
3 people got 3 votes. You had 3 for
Okay.
Joan Campbell,
Okay.
3 for Linda Lee, and 3 for Patrick Peck.
Okay, misunderstood. Thank you, sir.
Of course. Vice Chair Murillo, you're up to bat.
Okay, who was it again? I'm sorry. My phone turned off and then I went back on.
Of
So we
course,
have
no worries. You have Campbell, Lee, and Peck.
Lee and Peck. Thank you.
Okay. So you have 1 vote for Lee, 1 vote for Peck. Commissioner Reynolds,
Campbell Lee.
Campbell, Lee. Okay.
Okay, hold on to it.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we have one person who had the most votes, which is Joanne Campbell with 4. And then we have a two-way tie with Linda Lee and Patrick Peck. So those will be the only ones. We got to pick one of those 2 individuals, Linda Emily or Patrick Peck, in round 3.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so you are just casting one vote, commissioners, one for either Patrick Peck or one for Linda Lee. Commissioner Reynolds.
Lee again, please.
Vice Chair Murillo.
Peck.
Okay.
But there's no way we can have another tie after this.
This is it.
I'm splitting my vote.
You can't split your vote. Okay. So far, we have one winner, which is Campbell. Next up is?
Patrick Peck is the winner of round number 3.
Okay, so we will have Campbell and Peck on our Animal Services Board with Commissioner Sanchez and myself. You just see a lot of us, Mr. Peck, don't you? Wonderful, congratulations. Do we need to ratify with a vote?
I think that would be a good move.
I motion that our 2 public members of the Animal Services Board will be Joan Campbell and Patrick Peck.
So moved? Or is
I made the motion. You're the second.
Okay, I'll take it. Whichever you need. Second.
And we have Commissioner Sanchez with the second. Brandy, if you'll go ahead and roll call vote that, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries, and we now have our Animal Services Board from Doña County. Okay, moving on, we do have item number 16. Number 16 is to appoint 1 commissioner, 1 staff member, and 1 member of the public for the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, CRUA, and that is a 2-year commitment, 2-year term. Wonderful. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 applicants. Are you doing this again, Mr.
We will do
Lopez?
it the same way. I would recommend, Mr. Chair, that we start with the appointment of the commissioner, and
Okay.
then once that's done, we'll move on to the staff member.
Okay, and we'll wait for a motion for the commissioner until the end. We'll just lump it all together. Commissioner Chapato and Vice Chair Murillo, you currently sit on the CRUA board. Would one of you like to stay on the CRUA board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have been on the board this is my 2nd year, I believe, and I am fortunate in my mind to be chair for CRUA. The media might not think so, but we're moving forward in such a positive way, and we're almost rounding the corner, and I would really love to stay on the board.
Okay.
So I hope that I can garner your support for that.
Okay, so Commissioner Chapato would like to stay. Vice Chair Murillo, do you have any interest?
No, I agree. I like Chair Chaparro conducts herself very well in the meetings and, takes care of the public and does very well, and she keeps us informed. So I think she would do well. So I would nominate her if it was that, but I like that idea.
Okay, I have no interest, and I am perfectly okay with that. Commissioner Sanchez?
I'm good with it.
Okay, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I'm interested as well, if there's only going to be 1 seat.
Okay, there's only 1 seat, so Commissioner Reynolds would like it as well. Any thoughts, Commissioners?
Well, if I may,
course.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for purposes of continuity, historical knowledge, again, we're just rounding the corner. This is going to be pretty much a new board. And to have a person or 2 that knows the struggles CRUA has been through in the last couple of years and is hands-on a daily basis, would be very advantageous for the county. And I'm on the board of CRUA, and I've been hands-on a daily basis with them. So I would appreciate continuing on this board. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board comment or commissioner?
Would you like me to make a statement?
Sure. You're more than welcome to, Commissioner.
I think that the leadership that has been on the board for the last couple of years could probably have done a better job. So I'm not sure that having the history and the time on the board has actually served us the way it probably could have. So I think it's time for someone else to take a look at it and delve into the situation and try to move us in a new direction. So that's why I've requested this.
Okay, wonderful. I guess we need to take a vote as commissioners. Mr. Lopez, if you'll keep track for us. Vice Chair Murillo, I'll have you go first. It's between Commissioner Chaparro and Commissioner Reynolds. Actually, before we start that, we probably need to look at the board appointment. Commissioner Reynolds, is there a board that you'd be willing to step off of for CRUA? We probably need to have that conversation.
If it's necessary, then yes, I'd be glad to give up the TID board.
The TID board, okay. Okay. Vice Chair Murillo, who would you appoint to CRUA?
You're talking about the
Between Commissioner Chaparro and Commissioner Reynolds.
Oh, Commissioner Chaparro.
Okay. Commissioner Reynolds?
Commissioner Reynolds.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez?
Commissioner Reynolds.
Okay. Commissioner Chaparro?
I vote for myself, Chaparro.
Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, who do you vote for?
Chairman.
Chairman, yeah. Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Reynolds, you will sit on the CRUA board as the sitting commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next up, we do have our nominating form for our community member.
Actually, staff member. We need a staff
member.
And Mr. Chair, the terms of the new JPA indicate that the staff member should be obviously a staff member from the county who has technical knowledge that may be appropriate for the board. In discussions with the assistant county managers, we are putting forth the name of Renee Molina, and that is based on both his expertise as well as the balancing of demands that other individuals have. But if commissioners would like to nominate anybody else, they certainly can do so at this time.
Commissioners, any thoughts? Seeing none, we'll just go through and get, oh, yes.
If I may,
course.
Mr. Chair. And I had brought this up to the interim county manager in order to be transparent. I know Mr. Molina is a fabulous engineer because I've seen his work. But I did have a concern that Mr. Molina also performs work for different developers within the county. And so in moving forward, I don't know if there would be a conflict of interest in working with developers that are doing projects within the CRUA area. And so that was my concern. Because in the future, if there is a conflict of interest, then it's going to cause a problem.
Okay. Interim County Manager Lopez?
We understand, and I think probably it's best if Mr. Molina actually is allowed to say something as to whether he wishes to modify his business practices not to represent anybody in that area, or how he would address such conflict if it arises.
Okay. Mr. Molina? I would also like to state that this is a non-paid board commitment. Okay, as long as you're aware.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Saltier Hernandez. In regards to my performance outside of Doña County employment, I would not see it as a conflict of interest from my perspective. Regardless, I stand for the county, and if it's the best wishes of this commission for me to not provide this assistance, I do not have a problem with that at all.
Okay. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just have a question for our interim county manager. Were there any other staff members that were interested in sitting on the Crew Board?
We did not put this out as a request for people to express interest in it. We are happy to, if the board makes that decision, to go ahead and not move forward with one appointment right now on the staff member and solicit that input from staff.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Molina, it's no disrespect or disregard for you at all, but if we're asking commissioners who are interested and the public who is interested, then I think it just makes sense to ask if any other staff members are interested in serving on the board.
Chair, it's Jonathan, if I may.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, I did just want to share for the benefit of today's discussion specific to CRUA in that there are about between 3 and 4 people or staff that have the level of certification that would allow them to understand the scrutiny of what needs to be looked at when it comes to the contracts, the system integrity of what's going on down south. And I did make a preliminary assessment based on their workload, specifically some of the ones that have a level 4 operator certification. They are just often having to shuttle back and forth to all 4 of our wastewater treatment plants. And so I wanted to be mindful of maintaining the integrity of our own system before volunteering them for more work, until at least we get additional automation and remote monitoring for some of our wastewater treatment plants. So I did make that assessment. We can certainly go back and have that discussion. But I do think that your faith would be well placed in Renee, and we did have a discussion about having reviewed his latest filed conflict of interest forms as of November 2023, and he did commit to keep us posted as to whatever comes up and practicing the same care and consideration that a commissioner does when they abstain from any votes that might have an issue or being declaratory on the front end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Macias. Any other commissioner comment?
So, Mr. Chair, would you like us to go back and open up to all county staff who might be interested and qualified?
That is a question for the board. We do have one commissioner that would like that. Can I hear from the other commissioners as to what their interest is in sending out a search?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
for what it's worth, it sounds like there was some due diligence performed and there was a reason why Mr. Molina's name was brought up. I think given his statement, I think also the statement of Mr. Macias, I'd feel comfortable with the appointment of Mr. Molina.
Okay. Commissioner Reynolds, Vice Chair Murillo, do you have a thought?
I'm good with Mr. Molina.
Thank you. Vice Chair Murillo? Okay, and my thought would be if you have the expertise needed and you're willing to put forth the effort, I as well think that you would make a great candidate to this Crew Board, and I would applaud your service. With that being said, I guess we need to take it to a vote. Okay. Brandy, if you can please roll call the commission for the vote on Mr. Molina.
Was there a motion, Mr. Chair?
There was not a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to
Well, I guess we're doing it as one whole, so.
Oh, got it, yeah.
Oh, that's
A-
right.
A majority of the commissioners did agree with Mr. Molina, so we will move on to.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner.
Since my fellow commissioners, and Mr. Molina, I think you're very qualified. I was just expressing a concern, and I will go along with my fellow commissioners to support you wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, Chair Sal Jordan, on this. I am here to serve, and if I could provide a service to CRUA with my expertise, my knowledge content, I'd be glad to. But like I said, I stand by your decision regardless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Okay. With that being said, let's move on to the community appointment portion of this. We do have our round one applicants. If we have any one of the applicants in the audience, if they would like to come up and address the commission and introduce yourselves to us, please. Any applicants for the CRUA board on the community side? Come on up.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I looked at all the resumes, and we have a current CRUA board member, Mr. Raul Tiburcio Tellez Jr. He is from Sunland Park area. He's a new board member to CRUA, probably been there perhaps a year, but he's taken it upon himself to get certified and trained by the New Mexico Environmental Department and Rural Community Assistance Corporation on his own without having to do it as a CRUA board member. And he understands the needs in Sunland Park. He understands the situation that happened in December beyond the control of the CRUA board for the last few years. But he has taken it upon himself to educate himself as a wastewater and water or to get certification in those areas. Very knowledgeable, hardworking individual. So I support him 100%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other commission comments or any thoughts from the board? I went through the applications as well, and I just wanted to point out that 3 of the applicants live in El Paso or the city of Las Cruces. Personally, I want to give the CRUA board to people that reside in CRUA, in the CRUA regional authorities, so that being Santa Teresa, Sunland Park area, which leaves us 4 candidates, which would be Dr. Ed Husani, Cesar Ramos, Mark Rodriguez, and Raul Tellez. And just looking at it, I was pretty impressed by Mark Rodriguez having several dozen years experience with other water authorities. So I kind of just wanted to point out Rodriguez. He had water industrial resource, EPA 40 regulatory permits, 7 years with the Las Cruces Water Authority, 34 years experience advancing solutions aimed at water. I really like that there's a lot more technical background to that application. So I'm this is my advocacy for Mr. Rodriguez out of all of them. Any other commissioners? Seeing none, commissioners, you are being asked to give 1 vote to a single candidate. Commissioner Reynolds, we'll go with you first.
I'm good with Rodriguez right now.
Okay, we have 1 vote for Rodriguez. Vice Chair Murillo, if you can please tell us your vote.
Tellez.
Okay, we have 1 for Tellez. Commissioner Sanchez?
I want to be selecting Mark Rodriguez.
Okay. We have a second vote for Rodriguez. Commissioner Chaparro?
Tejas.
One for Diaz. And then myself, I would go with Mark Rodriguez.
So if my math is correct, Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Mark Rodriguez with 3 votes, followed by Mr. Tellez with 2. So since we only are appointing 1 public member, that would be Mr. Mark Rodriguez, and I think it's now ripe for your motion.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve our CRUA board as Commissioner Shannon Reynolds, Mr. Rene Molina, and Mr. Mark Rodriguez to serve a 2-year term to the Camino Real Regional Utility. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments, board? Seeing none, Brandy, if we can get a roll call vote on that, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries, and we do have our new CRUA board makeup. Moving on to hearings and ordinances, we have item number 17, which is an appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision to deny a zone change on a 1.5 acre parcel within a larger 4.25 acre parent parcel in order to operate a commercial fence company southwest of Las Cruces. And we have our Community Development Director, Ms. Amesworth. Welcome. Happy afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This item is an application that is an appeal of a zoning decision. The property is located at 750 Lonesome Road. The owner is Jose Coronado. And this request was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 14th. And the request was denied. The request being to rezone the property from D2L to C3 in order to allow a fencing company. This is the subject property. It's there on Picacho. Lonesome Road is this small residential street.
Which
here.
road? I apologize.
Lonesome,
Lonesome, okay.
where they currently have their access. And Picacho, they also front Picacho on the small portion of that property. This is an aerial of the property or of the area. And you can see on the zoning map, a large portions of this area are zoned residential D2L. There are some commercial properties in the area and this DM, which is mobile home district. But you can see these commercial properties are largely concentrated between Weinrich and Morton Road. And so you can see that within this area, the integrity of the residential has been maintained, of the residential zoning. This is a closer aerial of the property. There is a home here on that parcel, and the area that the applicant has been developing for his fencing company is here in the center. So prior zoning, it was formerly ER4, which is a residential district, and that was in the ETZ before it became part of the county's planning. It was subsequently zoned to D2L through the UDC, and it's medium-density residential. So this is the overall site plan. They do have that residence that I mentioned here, and this is the area that they were using for their fencing company. So the applicant came in November to try to rectify some code violations, structures that had been built without permits, and he had started to operate the fencing company, as I mentioned, on that property. It was determined that the zoning district that would be appropriate for a fencing company is C3, and the applicant at that time decided to pursue that rezoning. So just a little bit more history of the property. Purchased in 2018. He was permitted for a large metal building in 2019. Subsequently, an inspector from the Flood Commission went out there because it was reported that they were doing a lot of grading. At that point, they found other structures that had been permitted or had not been permitted, erected without permits. And so the applicant was given notice, and he came into the department to find out what his options were. So notification was sent out, notices posted on the property, publication in the newspaper. We received one letter of support, which is in your packet. These are photos of those notices posted on the property, the area of notification. This is the letter of support that was received. Applicable policies and sections of the code. And just some more photos of the property from different angles. This is what the property looks like with structures that both one permitted and several that were not permitted. There are residences in the vicinity that do have a view of this property. You can see here uphill, there's a residence, and also here. Just more views of the property. So this is a summary of the applicant's narrative, and he will have an opportunity to speak as well. So the staff is recommending that the BOCC uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny the rezoning from C3, from D2L to C3. And findings of fact, of course, it's in the unincorporated area. Notices were posted. The zone change is not appropriate. It's not necessary to protect the public interest. It's not compatible with neighboring properties, and it would be considered a spot zoning. And so with that, the board, of course, can either uphold or reverse the decision of the PNC. And at this time, I will stand for any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, is there any questions for Ms. Ainsworth before we, I do have a couple questions really quick. Can you go back to the map that showed the zoning? And what zone is the KOA?
That is in the DM, which is Mobile Home District.
Okay.
And so there are obviously mobile homes there. There's a campsite.
And then this zone change would be to
C3, which is a higher intensity commercial.
Okay, and is there any C3 on the map that I'm looking at right now?
The only C3 that I can see is way over here.
Okay, and what does C2 stand for?
C2 is also commercial, but not as high intensity. So there's, the neighborhood commercial is C1, which is typically seen as appropriate with residential. You might see some neighborhood services like a Dollar General or a gas station. C2 serves a larger area and typically does not allow industrial uses or heavier intensity uses like a contractor's yard or manufacturing. The C3 is the highest intensity use, and it's most compatible with industrial development, and it's designed to serve a very large population.
Okay. And then with that being said, we recommended as a county for them to go to C3. Are they manufacturing, or is it just more considered a contractor?
Well, it's more of a contractor's yard, and
Okay.
I wouldn't say that we recommended, but we gave them their options, and if they wanted to pursue rezoning, then C3 is the appropriate zone.
Okay. And in no way, shape, or form would this fall under C2?
No.
Okay. That's all my questions. Any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Commissioners online, anything? Okay, do we have the
applicant is here.
Applicant? The applicant wants to come forward and address the commission. They may so at this time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Welcome.
How's it going? So I'm the owner of the property. It doesn't make sense to me that they don't want me to go commercial in that area because they say it's not appropriate for the area. But if you look at the Google Earth images, there's 24 businesses with under 2 miles in that area. 13 of those being under 1 mile. And 2 of those 13 businesses being in the construction industry, which would be Las Cruces Concrete Construction and Morrow Enterprises. So that to me doesn't really make sense, especially with the KOA being 0.1 of a mile, being my neighbor, as a matter of fact. We wouldn't be producing large amounts of traffic since it's just a three-man show sometimes. It's basically used as a laydown yard, and we decided to pursue C3 due to the fact that sometimes we do welding. And that's the only reason they said that if I have to go C3, it would allow for me to do welding activity, which is make custom gates and stuff like that. So that's why we decided to proceed with C3. But that yard specifically would be shut out to the public because it's just where we store our equipment and material and stuff like that. Everything else is done at the customer's home. And in the picture that they showed, that mobile home, that's where I live. That's part of my property. So I guess there's, I would say, 3 neighbors that it would affect them if they looking towards their view. But there's stuff that we have to look at on a daily basis that we don't like. I'm pretty sure most of us don't like driving down Picacho, in the center of Picacho, because of activities that we don't like, but there's not much stuff we could do about that, you know? So I would consider answering your guys' questions if you guys have any for myself.
Okay, thank you for addressing us. So with the findings that were given by the P&Z, do you have anything to say on those 7 findings?
Yeah, so I took responsibility for me not being able to pull up permits for those structures that I built. 2 of those violations are storage containers, which they're not permanent structures. I don't know why they would give me a violation for that. I could remove that in the span of a couple hours, because from my understanding, it's not a permanent structure. But I do take fault for that, for not looking more into it before taking those to the property as well.
Okay, any other of the findings that you'd like to talk about?
No, sir.
Okay. Other commissioners, any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, of course, Commissioner Chaparro.
And I didn't catch your name, sir.
Hi, my name is Jose Coronado.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the owner of the
I was
property.
thinking of the attorney.
No, I get that a lot, but
Yes.
no, ma'am.
So, Mr. Coronado, so this is like a construction yard for you, so you're holding
Correct.
material?
Holding a little bit of material in my equipment.
Okay, and so can you describe your equipment to me?
So trailers, tractors, a couple pickup trucks, shovels, tractor attachments as in buckets, forks, auger bits that we used to drill holes, etc., stuff like that.
So how many vehicles would you have in total in that yard?
About 5, but only 3 of those are for business. The rest are personal use vehicles.
And you're one of the adjacent neighbors?
I'm the owner of that property. Yes.
Okay, but you have property besides
I
that
have
lot?
beside it as well, and we
So it's a-
purchased that property to not develop it because we didn't want to get a neighbor essentially in the future. So we purchased that property to keep it as is. So we wouldn't have to deal with a neighbor or somebody else moving in
All right.
in the future.
So on a daily basis, how many vehicles travel up and down that road to your property?
On behalf of myself, just 2, mine and my father's that drives up there every day, on top of the neighbors that live back there.
But you're moving equipment in and out, so,
Yeah, so I would enter that job maybe 2 times a day, just in the morning and then in the afternoon when I leave for a job. Sometimes 3 or 4 times if we forget anything or we have to go get other supplies.
and so do your workers gather there as well in the mornings, or do?
No, it's just myself and my dad. We're the owners and the workers. So
And the
I
reason
wouldn't
I'm
consider-
asking is because my dad had a construction yard down in Chiva Town as I was growing up, and so that was a gathering place for the workers and trucks and things of that nature. So I just wanted to get an idea of how you're running your business, sir.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess I would say that is the headquarters of the business. So that's where we gather and then we take off to the customers' homes from that property. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a quick question. Have those structures been removed yet?
Not yet. I talked to Sean, one of the lead engineers, and he told me that I could go ahead and remove them without a permit since they weren't technically permitted. But I wanted to see what the decision was going to be withheld for this meeting before I started removing anything. Because they made me submit engineered plans for those structures. And I can't move forward with getting the property rid of violations before the zone change is passed. So it wouldn't make sense for me to tear down a structure that already got engineered plans and you guys have in your department, for me to tear it down and then have to set it up again if it does pass. So I was advised just to hold off and see what the future held in this meeting, if the property was going to get passed or not.
Okay. And is the containers still?
The containers are still there as of right now because I can't do anything to the property, so I can't remove anything, even if I wanted to. I'm at a complete hold.
Oh, I thought Sean said that you could remove them.
He said I could, but they didn't want me to be moving in and out. Like I had to rent another location so I could work from a different location because I got shut down completely from that property. I can't do no commercial activity. So I had to go out of my way to rent another property so I could do my fabrication
Okay.
in another location.
Okay. Any other commissioner have comments? Questions? Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Murillo? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Amesworth, anything to follow up on before we possibly go into closed session?
If I may, he did hire me as an attorney just to address some of these other technical things that I saw in
the findings.
Yes, sir. So I did want to essentially address one of the first prongs, which was they stated this was be more of a business as usual category. I looked that up, and essentially the only really thing that I saw that where it would fall in the business as usual category was that this is towards western Las Cruces, towards the airport area.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and apologies for interrupting, Mr. Hernandez, but swearing in the witnesses, I believe, is necessary.
Yes.
You know what? It totally is. Will you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Going legal on me. But no, yeah, so I don't think it falls within the business as usual scenario. From what I was looking at, that was really the only category that fell on. However, that was the first thing. I did see some of the other objections or denials in the first going about, which was that, again, was to avoid the business as usual scenario. And then the second was to develop in specific types of communities and districts. I did see the three prongs. One of it was supporting existing communities. I don't believe him welding and taking it. Essentially, what he does is he welds it there and either takes it to the purchaser and/or will do it there. I don't think that affects the existing community. He is part of the existing community, and in fact, in the previous hearing, many of his neighbors came in speaking in support of him. So I don't think it necessarily it meets that prong. The additional prong was to enhance business competition here in Las Cruces. And speaking with Mr. Coronado, he did mention that he's one of, I believe, 4 or 5, including him, would be the total amount of people that are in this type of work. So essentially, by him allowing him to do this, it does enhance the business aspect of this. And one thing that I didn't take into consideration until Mr. Coronado had mentioned it is that essentially the 4 other fabrication businesses are spread out in Las Cruces, one towards the northwest, south, and I believe the other one's in Radium Springs. So this, by him being here, it would essentially allow all these other portions to be met. And then this other portion was developed in appropriate areas. When looking at the map, there are other areas that are either commercial or do business. I don't believe it falls into the spot zoning. I would understand if he was more in the center of the residential areas in either of these, but he's not. He's more towards the other business areas and closer to the road. He's already mentioned it doesn't affect the flow of traffic. If there is traffic that comes into his business, it's there temporarily to drop off the materials and or pick something up. And in fact, he's actually done the community in that area somehow, essentially from the last hearing that he had mentioned of the stop sign that tells that's there had been knocked down. He's actually taken the liberty of picking it, adding it back up. Much of the traffic that does go towards that area is going to the KOA, so he does have to re-traffic them, or essentially to the KOA. So the traffic that is there is more heading towards the KOA and not really his property. But, and also looking at the other goals of the community and goals of Las Cruces in general, I think his business does meet a lot of those goals, and I did mention those. One, it was to avoid the business as usual scenario. Third, G13 says identifying the locations where development will tend to go. As looking at the map, it appears that that stretch of the road is starting to go towards more into these types of commercial areas. I know it's very limited at the moment, but it seems to be growing and growing. Additionally, this next portion that he does, I believe, address is the supporting the regional and small scale business of Las Cruces. Part of our goals is to either create or promote small businesses, which that's what Mr. Coronado is. He is a small business. However, he does do a lot of work for the community. And then I know another portion was to establish the agricultural community group. Although he's not specifically in agriculture, he does help a lot of agricultural businesses. In talking to Mr. Coronado, he's mentioned he's built a lot of the fences for the cannabis industry, as well as other local farmers, as well as farmers in the Deming area. He does bring or he does keep the money from leaking out of the county, as in mentioning, and he can speak on it more if you'd like. There's a lot of businesses or the county that actually has asked Mr. Coronado for his specific type of work. Otherwise, a lot of the times they're outsourced either to El Paso or Deming or Alamogordo. So his business actually keeps it here. Additionally, he does do a lot of charity work and help out the local community. So in looking at this, I believe the change in the zone would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. No other questions for you, sir. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to address the commission at this time? Seeing none. Oh, yes, ma'am? Good afternoon. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you can state your name and then begin.
Norma Ledesma. And thanks for hearing us out here. I've been involved since the beginning of this process of trying to rezone the area. And I'm a resident of this area that's the residential area. My concern is the spot zoning, because I'm just concerned that there's going to be other spot zones popping up all over our area. And it's been a commercial, residential area for years. So I'd like to protect that area as a residential area, because it is a large area. And the spot zoning is what really concerns me, because when we talked to the Planning and Zoning Commission in one of our meetings, there wasn't a clear definition of what that spot zoning was and how many can pop up in residential areas. So that's my concern. And I appreciate you listening to my concern.
Of course. Thank you. Commissioners, anything else? At this time, I think we can entertain a motion to go into.
Chair?
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Did you actually swear in the owner of the property when he spoke?
No, we did miss that until the lawyer joined us.
Don't we need to, could Mr. Gooden tell us whether we should swear him in as telling the truth or anything, take some action on that?
Yeah, come on up, sir. We'll react. We'll do something special. Sir, can you raise your right hand? Do you promise that you told the truth during your statement earlier?
Yes, correct, I have.
Thank you. Christina, I didn't swear you in either. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wear your right hand. Do you promise that everything you said earlier was the whole truth?
Yes. And Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me, I just want to make a couple of clarifications.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Let me go back to the site plan that the property owner provided. And I just want to clarify, the area that is requested to be rezoned is this section in the center. There is a larger parcel that he owns, including this residence, but this portion of the property is what he's requesting the rezone for the fencing company. And additionally, just to clarify, it's the fabrication of the fencing that requires the C3. That is considered a light manufacturing use. And those uses are only permitted in C3 and higher intensity districts such as industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, commissioners, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss this appeal. Is it not needed?
Yes.
So moved.
I'll make a motion.
I was trying to debate if you had given the motion or if you
No, I was asking for the motion. Okay, we have a motion by
Okay.
Commissioner Chapato and a second by
I'll second.
Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy, if we can get a roll call on going into closed session to discuss.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Charles Jordan on this.
Yes. Okay, we will convene to closed session and we will be back shortly. The time is 4:03 PM. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. 4:03 PM, and let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chapato.
I move that the appeal be approved based on a couple of things. Number one, it diversifies the economy and provides opportunities for local businesses. And two, the commercial properties along that area and that corridor have expanded.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. I will second the motion. Commissioners, any follow-up? Oh,
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add to my motion, if I may.
yes.
And that the approval of that will be based on certain conditions. One, that there will not be any use of any automotive repairs, asphalt mixing, gas drilling, retail business. There will be other conditions that will be adhered to as suggested by community development, such as solid fencing, landscaping up in the front.
I will second that amended motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in the motion, Commissioner Chapato phrased it as a motion to approve the appeal. Actually, it's a motion to approve the application for zone change.
Thank you. May I amend my motion? A motion to
Brandy, if you can
approve-
strike that. Thank you.
Thank you. I move to approve the application of the appeal based on the reasons and the language that has already been stated.
Wonderful. I will second that motion. Commissioners, any follow-up?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I don't support this decision or the motion that's being considered at the moment. The main reason being is that I think when we look at the appeal and what is requested by the appellant, it is to me a clear spot zoning. We look at the area, there's no C3 within the area. It is all residential surrounding this property. The other thing to note is that when we move forward, I'm very concerned because the requirements we're putting in are not part of our ordinance. They're not part of our zone changes. And so we're creating these pockets where we're approving conditionally certain zone changes, which creates a burden on the county to make sure that we're enforcing it. Now, I hope in the future that we will have a better means in which to have a means of enforcement to ensure property owners are doing this. And just for a note, this property owner was caught doing in violation of the zone. And that's why they had to come forward. And these are examples of us not having the ability to check and enforce what are requirements within our zoning requirements. And so by putting these special conditions, it's going to create a further burden on the county. We do not have the manpower. We do not have the ability to enforce this. And so I am concerned with the direction that the commission is taking with this and the precedents that it's setting. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commission comment? Seeing none, Brandy, if you can roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries and the application has been approved with those conditions. Okie dokie, moving on, we do have our final commission input. If any commissioner has any input that they would like to make before the end of the meeting.
Mr.
Anyone?
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, sir. I would like to have item number 13, the proclamation declaring extreme drought conditions reconsidered by this board.
He voted in
He voted
minority.
Correct. I think the
have to be-
motion to reconsider would have to be taken from those that voted in the majority.
Correct. No one. So Commissioner, did you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do understand that. If we aren't taking it up, I'd like to make a different comment.
Okay, is this part of your commission comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out that Commissioner Murillo actually had received $2,000 donation from Bolin Travel and $2,000 from Diablo Fireworks. And I believe that she should have made us aware of that and chosen to either recuse herself or not. That's all. Thank you.
Any other commission input? Seeing none, correspondence, Brandy?
I have estate of Jose Guzman versus Doña Ana County, Tatiana Aguirre Stewart versus Doña Ana County, Mary Hernandez versus Doña Ana County, and Maria Miranda Garcia versus Doña Ana County.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy. Okay, the time is currently, well, any other, the time is 4:10 and I call this meeting adjourned.